Welcome to the second annual Shop Small Saturday Authors Fair, hosted by Rochester Writers and the Rochester Hills Public Library. This event is airing on both Saturday and Sunday after Thanksgiving. And now we have the pleasure of speaking with Danielle Burnock from Sterling Heights. Where are you from, Danielle?
Shelby Township.
Shelby Township. I was really close. But you're a local author, and most of our authors are right around this area, Michigan-based authors in the area of Greater Rochester. And you have a newer book out, but this isn't your first book. Tell us about your writing journey.
Oh, my writing journey started with my first book, Emerging with Wings. It's my true story of becoming free from childhood trauma and finding my value. And it started just one day. I felt prompted to begin writing it, and it was a whole journey of writing it. And then I self-published it, and it was one thing after another. And then I took the courage to actually put it out there, which was terrifying when you're sharing a memoir and of your own personal story. But the response I got to it was so overwhelming that it really prompted me into going into writing and not just writing a book. So that it's like my flagship book, starting that got me into writing online and in publications and other books and all coaching and all kinds of other things I do. So it all started with that first book, Emerging with Wings.
And how did you come to want to write that first book?
I had a story I had to tell that it was chasing me. I couldn't not write it. When you have a story that you have been transformed so much that you have to share that with someone else, and then it was evidenced after publishing that it really does move people. So I'm really glad I took the courage to do that. But it's like when you have something burning in your heart, it's like a dream that you have to share it with everyone else.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to mention that also joining us today is Tiffany from the Rochester Hills Public Library. Tiffany, would you like to introduce yourself and say hello to Danielle?
Hi, Danielle. I'm Tiffany Dzierman-Stazicki. I'm the Community Relations Manager with the Rochester Hills Public Library. So we're very honored to have you with us this morning.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I really appreciate it. And libraries are great places for people to go and find out what they like and to immerse themselves in knowledge. So thank you for the library.
Absolutely.
So Danielle, you've been very active in the writing community since you jumped in. And did you have any idea that you were going to publish as many books as you have?
I had no idea whatsoever. If you would have told me 6 years ago I'd be sitting here doing this, I would have laughed at you. No, I had no idea. I had that one book. I had an inkling or maybe a hope that it might turn into something, but really no plan. It has been an evolving thing as you grow in your life and you give yourself to other people to help them grow. It's like you prime a pump and things just start to flow out.
And that is how it works with many authors. I mean, every path to publication is different, but it's so unique to each author, so much emotion and passion and desire to tell your story. And it's a tough story that you're telling for yourself.
Oh, yes, it was a tough story. Like I said, I was terrified to release it, but I felt like as I stripped off all my clothes and ran around the world naked, when you share things with the public that you hadn't shared with any other human, it makes yourself very vulnerable that way. But that's what connects people, is those things that we tend to hide.
It's I think you described it really well with how that you just strip down and reveal yourself, all the inner parts that make you who you are. And of course, some of that has changed who you are now. by doing this, correct?
Oh, definitely, definitely. It's like I have something in my book I was going to share today that if you want, I could share that right now because it really highlights what you're talking about, that change. Would that be all right?
Yes, please do.
So I read and don't stumble. I need to stick these things on my face. There's a little section here called It's a Journey. A year from now, you will wish you had started today. Karen Lamb. This journey isn't easy or fast. You didn't get where you are now in a moment, and becoming your true whole self isn't a work of magic. This process will be extensive, but worth everything you have. I began my journey unaware of how the term ownership applied to my life. In 2014, I released my first book, Emerging with Wings, to the world. I took a step in vulnerability. I'd never taken it before. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. Shame held me captive, causing me to hide most of my life. Sharing my story, warts and all, made me feel like I stripped off all my clothes and ran around the world naked. The way people responded shocked me. I touched them far deeper than I dared to hope. The positive reviews, texts, and emails were astounding. Discovering my book, my story, was being used in a sermon boggled my mind. Not long after, I learned how fragile my new understanding was when asked to speak to a group of women. Instead of accepting the offer, I recoiled in fear. The lost moment in my fearful response plagued me. Why wasn't I able to accept this amazing opportunity? Isn't this why I shared my story? If I had emerged with wings, as the book said, then this wouldn't be happening. What was wrong with me? I thought I was different. I was. What these questions revealed was a need for more growth. Enter the story of a newly emerged butterfly and how it relates to our lives. Learning from the butterfly. You must want to fly so much that you are willing to give up being a caterpillar. Trina Paulus. My first book is a journey of becoming free from childhood trauma and finding my value. I compared my transformation to a caterpillar, changing into a butterfly and emerging from its chrysalis. What I wrote was true. I was different. I was in a new place with wrong information. I thought newly emerged butterflies just flew away. They don't. The new me was like a newly emerged butterfly. When a butterfly emerges, it's completely intact, but unable to fly. It has a process it must complete or it will never fly. How does a butterfly truly live if it never flies? It doesn't. The wings of a new butterfly are weak and wet, and they must be prepared for flight. They need to hang upside down with plenty of room for their wings to expand. They need to pump blood or hemolymph into the veins in their wings so they can expand to their full size. Their wings must dry. They must exercise their flight muscles. I didn't know that butterflies had muscles, did you? Finally, the butterfly must expel muconium, poop, which is the waste remains of its last meal from when it was a caterpillar. During this process, the new butterfly looks like it's doing nothing, but it's quite busy. Likewise, when I emerged, I couldn't fly. I needed to prepare my proverbial wings. During my writing process, multiple transformative things occurred. Revelations, realizations, and courage to become vulnerable. I went through the publishing process and still the fear was there. On the day I released it, I was not fit to fly. I needed to do several things. Own this new life like a butterfly prepares its wings. Give myself time to see from this new perspective and let these new things sink in like the butterfly hangs upside down. Give myself the grace and space I needed for this new process like the butterfly needs room to expand. Build new mindsets like the butterfly pumps blood into its wings. Solidify my new beliefs like the butterfly exercises its muscles. And like the butterfly needs to poop before it can fly, I needed to get rid of some crap in my life. Only after doing so could I move on to learn and become skilled in using my new wings. Danger. A masterpiece does not unfurl its wings immediately. It takes time. It will fly when it's ready. A.D. Posey. It's in this part of a butterfly's life it's most vulnerable to predators because it can't fly away. I was in a place of danger I didn't understand until it happened. An epic meltdown that changed my life.
I think it's really neat the way that you use all of those metaphors of the butterfly to describe, your journey, your path, and your transformation. Um, it- may I ask how you got that idea to weave that into your storytelling of your life?
Um, well, I was really quite freaked out when I was asked to speak. I'm like, this is my opportunity. And I didn't jump at it. I recognized so much fear in myself. And I was like, what's wrong with me? And so I did some research of what is wrong. And there's a book that I love that I read during the process of writing Emerging with Wings that I even quote. And there's that one quote about being a butterfly and giving up being a caterpillar by Trina Paulus. It's from her book, Hope for the Flowers. And it's the story of two caterpillars and them giving up their life as a caterpillar to become what they were created to be, and the process that they go through and the striving they go through and how they try so hard to do like everybody else, but that doesn't work. They have to become their true self.
And you've really embraced the wings, um, with a lot of imagery
Mhm.
and promotional and kind of a marketing tool. Can you tell us how that has evolved and how that has helped you with marketing and selling your books?
Oh, well, it just, I went through so many titles of, I didn't have the title for my first book until it was done. I had like 2 or 3 pages of Word documents of possible titles. And it was my first book. I'd never written a book. I had no clue what I was doing. But it's like at the end of the book, it's like I gained a freedom. And anyone who's seen Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, they are the cartoon, they know this image when, Rudolph is having so much of a hard time flying. He just can't do it. But then Clarice comes in and tells him that he's cute. And so he gets so elated that he just, starts jumping around, and then he just starts flying because the elation within him lifts him up. And that's where I got the emerging with wings. It was the elation of coming to the knowledge of my value and the freedom of knowing that I matter and knowing that I'm loved and that I could heal, and all the wonderfulness I discovered that I just, like, I could take off flying just like Rudolph did. And then I came across this necklace. I wear this all the time with the wings. And it's an opportunity. People say, oh, I like your necklace. And I have an opportunity to tell them about my book. And some people are more interested and some are not. And some just want one of the necklaces.
Can you
There you
describe that moment when you realized that this was something that you needed to write down? I always think it's interesting to find out why authors want to write. What is that part in them that says this needs to be written down? People need to hear this story.
Oh, it was a long process. I actually have an article on a website called Two Drops of Ink that charts that, because I had thought of writing a book and had thought of writing a book and thought of writing a book, but I didn't. And then I met a gentleman when I lived in Arizona for a while, and he called me a wordsmith after I sent him an email. I'm like, it's an email. And I just couldn't shake that. But still, I didn't write my book. And it was probably a year or two later, I'm not quite sure, I don't remember the timeline right now. And I was doing my morning daily devotions, and I had this one, and the title of it was Dare to Decide. And that day, it was September 29th, 2012, that I dared to decide to sit down and write the book. It's like I drew a line in the sand. It's like, today's the day. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm starting. And everything along the way, it's like I had to have the book. So that's what kept pushing me on every time I got discouraged and frustrated and ran into a wall, because I was new at all of that.
Has becoming an author changed your life, in a can you tell us about the positive and negatives that maybe becoming an author has done for you?
I don't know that I have any negatives of becoming an author. I enjoy it, and it's a creative outlet, and I find it interesting how other people will look at me like it's all that, and I don't tend to think that. But then I need to remember that there's what 81% of people say they want to write a book and only 4% do. And so when people go, "Oh, you're an author," I have to look back and remember all the things that I went through to accomplish that. And it's like, it gives you a sense of purpose, a sense of accomplishment. Yes, I did do this. I did complete this. So it makes you feel good about yourself that you finished something that you said you would do.
And we have to remind everyone that you're telling a story, and it's a very personal story, and the story is designed to um, be a bit of therapy for yourself, but also for readers. Can you tell us about the people who have read your book and given you feedback, and how has it helped them in their struggles and for them to emerge with wings?
Oh, and the different books are a little different. The first ones I got all kinds of feedback of because I used to feel like God was against me and I was afraid of him. And I had other people, they'd approach me. It's like, I didn't know anyone else was afraid of God. And I felt like that too. And all of the validation of they're not alone. A lot of I'm not alone from my first book, Emerging with Wings. Whereas my second book is more of self-help meets memoir. And I actually have 10 other people's story in it besides mine. So that connects people a little more because it reaches across the racial divide and the gender divide and the age divide and the faith divide, because there's people of all different, there's 10 different people I interviewed for that. And so there's 11 different kinds of trauma that are represented in that. And so there are people that pick it up and they go through the book. Some have read it all the way through, Because You Matter. I have others that have gone through it over and over again, or they get in one chapter, because it's owning different parts of your life, one piece at a time, owning your courage and owning your pain and owning your purpose and owning your choices and all the different things like that. And then after each chapter, there's one of those stories where each of these 10 people share how they took ownership of their life, and then they emerged victorious, or they are thriving or having wings, however you want to look at it, with the second book, because they are thriving in their lives now. They had to face down the monster of trauma, and they dealt with the hard work, and they have conquered, they have overcome. And so it helps other people to see the variety and how they can have their trauma is personal and go on their own journey. That trauma is personal quotes in my first book, and that was one of the things that resonated. I still find it, people quote it in their books, and I find it on people's websites and memes all over the place. But people need that validation that trauma is personal. It's not an event. It's what happened to you. Whether someone else thinks it should have traumatized you or not is irrelevant. Because what traumatizes a person, it's their heart, it's their soul, it's their mind. And to tell them that they're not traumatized, you're just adding to that trauma. So for them to be able to say, wow, I can own this, I can work my way through this, even though so-and-so said it was not a big deal and you're making a big deal out of nothing. Yes, yes, you have the right to heal because you matter. You have great value.
It's such a powerful message, Danielle. It's almost you've become an expert in a way on trauma and the situations that people have to deal with and own. There's a lot of people that don't own up and own their trauma, and they suffer. What can you tell those people that might be listening today that maybe have a situation that they need to take ownership of?
Oh, that's my mission. My mission is to make the invisible seen. As people, they dismiss it as no big deal, and so it becomes invisible in their life, but still they have the side effects. And so I encourage you to see the side effects in your life, recognize that there is a reason, there is a cause for those. And if you will take ownership and look for the root of that, because a tree is as big on the outside as its roots are down below. And there are reasons for the side effects. There are so many different side effects of childhood trauma and childhood emotional neglect, which is the biggest invisible wound people suffer with, because abuse is something that happens to you, but neglect is something you didn't get that you should have gotten. And so there's an empty space, but you don't know what you're missing. And so the best thing I encourage people is if they have these side effects in their lives, and I have courses and things to help them identify that. How do I know if that's me? Well, there are certain things. If this is going on in your life, well, there's a reason. And so if they need help, I'm here to help people do that, to identify, is that there? And you will be so much happier if you will take ownership of the things that are bringing you pain, because you can get to the other side of pain and find joy, just like Rudolph flying through the air.
Well, I think your enthusiasm, your passion, your smile, it all shows that you got there. And it may be that you're never completely there. It's a lifelong journey.
Right.
But you certainly have captured it. And let's remind everyone that we are speaking with Danielle Bernack. Could you tell everyone where to go to get more information, to find out about your books and your speaking engagements and your coaching?
Well, my website is daniellebernack.com. My books are available on Amazon, and my newest one, Because You Matter, is available both in paperback, Kindle, and audio. And Emerging with Wings is available in paperback and Kindle. And I have another one on Kindle alone. But my website, you can find out everything there. But I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, Pinterest, LinkedIn. If you Google my name, you will be able to find me, because I've worked very hard to have a presence online and also in person, because I do speaking locally, also do workshops online, and I'm available to help people or organizations. I speak at organizations to help them. And in whatever way I can, my heart is I want to serve people so they can enjoy their life and they can be productive and they can do what they dream.
Tiffany, do you have any last questions for Danielle?
I guess one thing I would ask is, like, what is the inspiration you get from the reactions to your book? Does it just make you want to keep going? Does it make you just, what does that feel like for you?
Oh, it feeds my soul, but my why is deeper than that. So I don't have to get that feedback, because if I let that be my motivation, then if I get someone who doesn't like it, or they don't have that problem, or they're one of the ones that think I'm making a big deal out of nothing, then that would tear me down. So that's not my root motivation, but it definitely feeds my soul. Every time I get an email or something, I savor the joy that I have helped another person find freedom.
That's fantastic, Danielle. I think we'll leave it with that. I think that's a powerful message. More with the Authors Fair coming up. Again, we want to welcome you to the second annual Shop Small Saturday Authors Fair, hosted by the Rochester Hills Public Library and Rochester Writers, held on Saturday and Sunday this year after Thanksgiving. I almost said Labor Day. I'm rushing the year. I think all of us want to be out of 2020. But we want to remind everyone we're being joined online today with Tiffany from the library.
Good,
Hey,
how
Tiffany,
are you?
how are you? And of course, our author for this segment is Brenda Hass, and we just heard her read a portion of her book. Tell us a little bit more about that and how that inspired you into the whole writing of the book, Brenda.
I was at a signing and I met an individual there. She came right up to me and just introduced herself, and we just hit it off, and she's just a magnificent person, very bubbly and energetic and just outgoing. And all of a sudden we just started talking, problems of the world. We all tried to, come up with our own solutions, or at least identify the problems. And we got on the topic of human trafficking, and she just started telling me how she was human trafficked. And I just thought the story was just an amazing story, and we kind of parted ways. And I thought about her for over a couple of months, I think. And I thought, oh, I got to track this lady down. It's gnawing at my head. So I tracked her down through Facebook, sent her a message, asked her to call me, and she did. And I said, hey, can I write your story? I think this is something that people need to be aware of, and what happened to you. And hopefully we can stop other people from being human trafficked as well.
And it's such a large problem that I think most people either don't know about or refuse to acknowledge. I think it's very difficult for people to wrap their heads around. And is that part of why you wrote it? And was it that difficult for yourself?
Well, I really think human trafficking is just one of the worst crimes ever. You're just taking advantage of somebody, and when they're the most vulnerable. And it's important to remember there are 3 different types of human trafficking. You've got the sexual prostitution human trafficking. You've got labor trafficking, which they work for a salary, but it's like next to nothing. Or you have the slave labor. So it's just not one type of human trafficking. There's 3 different types. As far as difficult to write, I was just amazed by her story and what she's gone through and how she survived and how she got out of it. And she's a very smart, intelligent person. I mean, she graduated with high school at 17, and she graduated with a 3.8 average. I mean, she pushed herself to get done quicker because she was expecting a baby and she wanted to get out of school quicker. So, but she was very easy to work with. I just would text her or call her anytime I wanted, because I wanted to get the story as accurately as possible. And oh yeah, she was very forthcoming, told me everything. And all of a sudden she, I'd work with her and she'd say, okay, now, oh, did I tell you I was an exotic dancer too? I'm like, what? She did whatever she had to do to survive. And she is just, she's just an amazing person. I loved working with her.
And this is not your first book. You're quite well published. Can you tell us a bit about how you got started into writing and how your journey has brought you to where you are now?
Well, I published my first book. It's a preteen historical mystery. It's about a dragon who cries diamond tears. And I wrote it and I published it, and it didn't meet my expectations. Let's put it that way. And then some gentleman, his name was Ed Kane, he saw that I was a published author, and he got a hold of me and he wanted me to write children's books. He made rocking horses. So I thought, okay, I can write children's books. And we found an illustrator. She's my graphic artist right now. And we worked together and published 3 books. And then I went back and I republished Wilkinshire, my first book, and submitted it for awards. I won 2 awards for it. And then after that, I just started writing with Nano. I'm actually doing Nano right now. And I think every novel that I've written with Nano, I've published. I'm on my 7th, 8th, maybe 9th book. I don't know. Novel and 3 children's picture books. So I keep working at it.
And when's the release of this new book?
A Victim of Desperation. I thought about releasing it in February. They always say, don't release during the holidays and with the election and COVID and everything else going on. I thought in February, but then I learned about somebody that could do a review for me, but they need, like Forward Magazine can do a review, free review for authors, but you have to give them a 4-month leeway time. So I may push it back until April.
Okay, so we can look forward to that book early next year.
Yes.
Great. Such a diversity of writing styles. What's your favorite?
Oh, I do like the historical romance, the young adult historical romance. I think that's definitely my favorite, but I do a lot of different genres. Obviously the children's books, the young adult historical romance. I have a medical visionary series. It's about life after death, what a a person goes through once they passed on. And I'm one of those people that have, I can go into an antique store and hear disembodied voices and smell fragrances I shouldn't smell and get touched and things like that. Or I receive like dreams and visions. And so I took a lot of those things and I put them in a novel, and it ended up being a series about this woman who passes away and crosses over. And then whenever she's around her loved ones, she leaves a white feather, and it's about her, how her family continues on without her. So, and then obviously this one, a victim of desperation. I'm more of a contemporary, I guess. So I'm a little bit all over the place.
Well, the spooky tales tend to be quite popular this time of year, with us just passing through Halloween, and I think there's a lot of spooky tales in 2020 as we wind up the year. How does that reflect with writing something so personal as a nonfiction story of sex trafficking?
Well, I have to classify this really as fiction because I didn't live it. I mean, it's based on a true story, but there are parts I've had to actually make up because I wasn't there. But
Okay.
I think it's something that will resonate with a lot of people. I have a friend who actually is an FBI agent, and I've conferred with him on some of the things to make sure that I'm not giving away too much. But you know, he's identified certain parts in our state that are hot spots, and it's sad to think that we have to deal with that, you know.
So it's based on a true story, but it's still truth is very scary at times. So um, you kind of embrace the darker sides of life sometimes.
I don't think I'm like that really. I'm more of a positive, upbeat person. I'm not one to write paranormal romance, although I will admit the book I'm writing right now for novel has to deal with a person who's accused of being a witch. I mean, during the witch trials, there was a lot of innocent women that were, you know, obviously killed because of silly superstitions or something like that. So I am exploring that a little bit in this next novel, and silly beliefs that people had, and you know, the prejudices against women. So and that's a work of fiction as well. It's a historical romance, but it's set more in the late 1700s, early 1800s.
So do you do a
So I,
lot of research for those projects then?
Oh
What type
yeah.
of research do you do?
I will buy, like right now I bought a whole bunch of books on witchcraft, and I've gone to Edinburgh, Scotland twice, and you know, I love all the architecture and things like that. So I've kind of incorporated a lot of Edinburgh into it. There's actually a fountain that is dedicated to the women who were burned as witches in Edinburgh Castle. And then there's spots, you know, where they were convicted, and it's just crazy what some of this stuff I've learned about. Witch balls, with a lot of people don't know about those. They're actually blown ornaments that have, like, in the ornament they have got pieces of glass going this way, and they're all different colors, and people would hang them in their windows to trap the spirits, kind of like what's those other things, like dream catchers. They're kind of like that, only it was superstitious back then. So I have witch balls in there, and people hanging them all in the windows, and nag stones. Nag stones are stones that have a natural hole put in them. They're supposed to have like magical powers and keep you safe. And so it's a lot of these superstitions that I'm bringing to the forefront. I'm also talking about how they did body snatching, not necessarily grave robbing, but body snatching was very prevalent because the University of Edinburgh needed bodies for their medical department. So people would go snatch the bodies. And what I discovered is that they dig at where the head of the body would be, and they bust open the casket and pull out the body that way. And they wouldn't really steal stuff from it. They just turned it in so they could get money from the university. So I actually learned about this young girl. Her name was Anna Stewart. And somehow she died. They didn't really say how she died, but she was buried, and the body snatchers went to dig her up within 24 hours. Of course, the fresher the body, the more money you get for it. So they dug her up within 24 hours, and when they got her out, they threw her body on the ground, and they were filling in the hole, and this woman sneezed. She was actually alive. So she was probably very poor, and she might have been cursed or something where they didn't give her a bell to ring. Because back then, you know, a lot of these terms came into view as far as they had towers, and the person would watch the bodies at night to make sure no one stole them. He worked the graveyard shift. And then the people that had bells were dead ringers. And if you could ring and got saved, you were saved by the bell. So a lot of these expressions that we have now were back from when they stole body snatchers. The body snatching became prevalent because they quit killing, or when the prisoners died, they hung them, they quit hanging them. Those hanged prisoners used to go to the medical facility. But unfortunately, they stopped hanging prisoners. And what happened was that's when body snatching became prevalent, and they passed an act in 1832 where people could donate their bodies. And that's when body snatching kind of went away.
That's pretty fascinating.
Wow.
Because you write so many different genres, do you sort of get into a zone for a particular genre? Like, this is my thing. I'm going to write about, the human trafficking, or I'm going to write about, the young adult novels, or does it all just sort of kind of happen at the same time, or do you just sort of have to dedicate yourself to one genre or another?
Well, I do know that, there are a lot of authors who write multiple books at a time. I usually just write one book at a time. It's easier for me that way. And I usually can produce a book maybe in 3 to 6 months if I really work at it. Nano really helps me a lot. It pushes me to get my 50,000 words in. And then from there, I can take my time editing.
And for those who might not know what you're talking about, the National Writing Contest every November, could you give a quick recap of that and how many times you participated?
I started participating in 2012. And National Novel Writing Month is free to join. You go to www.nanowrimo.org and you can sign up. And as of November 1st, your challenge is to write 50,000 words in 30 days. So, and they have all kinds of little incentives. They have stickers, and they have little badges you can earn, and they have like a nice little line graph to follow along to make sure you're staying on target. And it's a good goal setting tool that you can use.
How many books have you produced from that writing series?
Well, all of my, no, 6 novels, I think, so far. 7, 8, it'll be 8.
That's wonderful. And you do that every year then. And so you'd be
Yeah.
in the middle of something right now.
Yeah, well, yeah. Right now, I think my goal today is to reach 20,000 words. Wow. I know, I'm crazy.
Oh, that's all right. Tiffany, do you have any further questions for Brenda? She's such a faceted author.
Yeah. What started you being involved in writing? Does it go back to when you were a kid, or did it start sometime later?
Interesting you should ask, because when I was born, I had congenital heart defects. So I actually underwent open heart surgery when I was 3.5 and 5.5. I missed part of my kindergarten year. When I got to first grade, I really had a difficult time learning to read. I didn't understand how some kids could read so quickly, and I was just struggling along. I got very frustrated, and I kind of told myself, I really hate reading. I'm never doing this again, type of thing. And at that point, my parents moved me to a Catholic private school. And even though I had difficulty reading, I have a pretty good IQ. And it didn't take me long to figure out the way that the nuns set up the classroom. Is on one side of the classroom, you had the best readers in that row. And as you progressed across and went to the worst readers, and I was always in that last row, and it was me and like 4 other students. And the 5 of us were pulled out of the classroom several times a week to work on our reading skills. So I guess I kind of find it ironic that I now write for other people to read when I had such a hard time reading. As far as choosing a story, I almost think the story chooses me. Maybe that's why I write so many different genres. It's just all of a sudden that little bell goes off in my head, and it's like, okay, I got to write this story. And it just kind of flows. I don't know.
Well, Brenda, I think we're gonna leave it with that. Is there a place that you want to send viewers today where they can find out more about you, to buy your books and see where to find you on social media?
Sure. I think, well, I'm on Facebook. I just went on MeWe. I know everyone's kind of exiting Facebook real fast. So I set up an account on MeWe back in May of last year. So they can find me on there too. I do have a website. It's www.brendahassbooks.com. My last name is spelled Hasse. I know that's a tough one. So yeah, you stop by. I do have the cover mock-up for a victim of desperation, if they would like to take a peek at it, and take a look at all the rest of my books.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us today and being one of the selected authors for our second annual Shop Small Author Fair here in 2020. And we'll have another author in a moment.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Hi, I'm Peggy Christie, and I will be reading one of my short stories from my collection, Dark Doorways, available from Dragon's Roost Press. And the name of the story is called Offerings. The scent of crisp apples perfumed the fall wind as it wafted under her nose. The unusual warmth of the air wrapped around her shoulders, but tickled the back of her neck with a cold, sharp undercurrent. A sudden gust took her by surprise, and she heard the faint cry of a car alarm in its wake. Her blonde hair whipped across her cheeks, but the binding ropes kept her arms pinned to her sides, denying her the ability to brush it away. Unable to turn and watch the deepening violet of the night sky behind her, she stared at the sun as it dipped below the horizon. The fading layers of orange, yellow, and pink offered a sense of nostalgia and a reminder of the inevitability that all things must end. As she tried to remember the last time she'd watched a sunset, a single crow flew across her line of sight. Her heart pounded as she observed the lone bird streak through the air, then disappear off to the left. It didn't see me, for now. As the world turned away from the sun, the darkness closed in. She almost missed the three ravens as they flew by. While she tracked them, a fourth bird swooped down, then shot past her face. She could hear its wings flap with furious energy as it settled on top of the post behind her head. Its screech echoed over the empty field. It was calling to its brethren. A warm dribble of fluid tickled the inside of her thighs as her bladder emptied. If the cawing crow hadn't alerted the others to her plight, then the pungent smell of urine would. It was only a matter of time. Within minutes, 3 crows approached. She didn't know if they were the same ones from before, but when a half a dozen more joined them, she realized it didn't matter. The rending would feel the same whether by the first bird or the last. Another gust picked up sweaty locks of her hair and twirled them about. One of the crows darted toward her, but the wind diverted its course. It careened to the right before it could reach her. Its angry cry chilled her blood, raising goosebumps on her skin. The other birds weren't so easily denied. A flurry of ebony feathers surrounded her. She felt the pinch and scrape of claw and beak. One after another, the crows attacked her naked body. They ripped and tore her flesh as they feasted on it. The contradiction between the soft breeze against her skin and the searing pain of the attack almost broke her sanity. As a child, she never could have imagined such a fate. Even the tortures of high school couldn't prepare her for this. As an adult, her mundane routines, predictable chores, and an uninspired imagination molded her into a milquetoast housewife who broke out in hives when the local barista didn't put 2 pumps of vanilla syrup into her latte. When the gods made themselves known, the day they rained fire down from the sky, vaporizing oceans and crumbling mountains, her pathetic life washed away. She witnessed the end of the world as she had come to know it at the hands of an all-powerful, unreachable cabal of supernatural beings. 3 years ago, a growing famine decimated civilization, which devolved into ragged, walled villages filled with the frightened and desperate remnants of humanity. The weekly sacrifices, an attempt to appease the gods' anger, soon devolved into an excuse to destroy rivals, remove obstacles, or simply relieve boredom when an end to the suffering never came. Today she had been judged worthy of such martyrdom. Shackled and stripped naked, she suffered a humiliating march through town where the people pelted her with clumps of mud and feces. She cried and begged for mercy, but they only laughed as they followed the security detail that dragged her forward. When the procession reached the wide expanse near the forest, someone pushed her down. Striking her head on the hard-packed earth, she lost consciousness. She awoke to the setting sun, securely trussed to the 10-foot pole planted in the ground. She twisted her head back and forth to avoid the piercing beaks. She strained until her skin bruised, but the bindings held firm. The crows continued their slow, deliberate feast. Perhaps when the moon rose into the star-filled heavens, death would finally come for her. Her eyes fell on the silhouette of a young man standing among the trees at the edge of the clearing. It was Joshua, her husband, but he wasn't alone. Her best friend Meg stepped up behind him and put her hand on his shoulder. The two shared a smile as they pointed at her, their laughter floating on the wind as it caressed her ravished flesh. Salty tears stung the fresh wounds on her face. She finally realized the truth behind her predicament. Furrowing her brow and squeezing her eyes closed, she screamed. She shrieked and howled until her lungs burned. When she'd finished, the meadow laid quiet. Even her betrayer's amusement had died. Then a soft rustle echoed through the trees as the low brush shook and trembled. In the fading light, she saw something move through the woods. Just before the crows took her eyes, a large, dark blur burst through the trees. The massive bear fell upon the terrified couple with a great roar. When her world went black, she listened to the cries of the beast's victims mingle with the sounds of splintering bones and ripping tissue. As the birds consumed her flesh inch by inch, a chorus of deep, throaty chuckles rumbled across the sky. And she smiled. Hope you enjoyed that. You can get that in this book again or any of my other stuff. You can check out my website at themonkeyisin.com. Thank you very much.
You're tuning in to the 2020 version of the Authors Fair, hosted by Rochester Writers in the Rochester Hills Public Library. My name is Michael Dwyer, and joining us online is Tiffany from the library. Hey, Tiffany, how are you?
Good, thank you.
And our author for this segment is Peggy Christie, who is an author of several different things. As you just heard there with the little darker side, it's dark, but not too dark. Tell us about the piece we just heard.
I can't even remember what inspired that. I think I wanted to try to write something that didn't have any dialogue in it, but I still wanted to try to come up with something that was kind of creepy and sort of dystopian in the sense that it's a different kind of future or a different kind of present than what we have now. But when I started writing it, it was like, this is not going to be long. This is just going to be a nice little short. And that's just kind of what came out.
And this is part of several short stories in your novel?
It's a short story collection called Dark Doorways. So it's just a bunch of different short stories, no particular theme. That was just one of the shorter ones that's in there.
And is there any anything from your life that inspired that story to come about?
That particular story?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. And this was written before the 2020 complete calamity that's been going on. So no, I don't know. It was an idea that just popped in my head. I don't even remember what inspired it. Usually I write everything down where I get ideas from, but that one just popped in one day and I just started writing it. So.
What else can we find or hear in that book? What other kind of stories are there?
It's pretty much all horror fiction. So I know some people don't like to limit to horror and just call it dark speculative, but when it all boils down to it, it's just strictly dark horror fiction. So there's usually a little comedy in a lot of my stories, but mostly it's still horror.
Such as the twist at the end of the...
Yeah.
Would you call that comedy?
No, I don't think that. That's more like a, but not necessarily funny. Did you want to ask something, Tiffany?
Tiffany, you had a question?
Are there writers in enjoy reading or that inspired you to go into horror fiction?
I've actually been watching horror movies since I was a little kid. So I grew up watching Sir Graves Ghastly every Saturday, the Creature Feature. And so growing up on the Hammer films, the Roger Corman films, that's what started me just being in horror in general. But I didn't even start writing until I was older. So, and that just happened to be a really bad day at work. And I wrote a story and it was like, oh, I feel so much better now. So that's kind of how it got started.
Now, writers usually have they all have a different process of how they write their stories. Do you start with the beginning? Like a lot of times when I'm writing, I have an ending already in mind,
Mhm.
and I work towards that ending. What's your process to get to that story?
It usually mixes up. Sometimes I'll be like you. I'll be like, okay, this is how I want something. I want this to happen. It's like, now how do I get there? That doesn't happen as often as either a middle or a beginning, or just like an idea sparks. And it's like, well, let's just start here and just see what happens. And that's usually what I'll do. And then I usually do longhand. I won't sit at my computer and type it out because I'm usually not at a computer when something hits me and or if I want to start writing, I'm usually, even if I'm outside, it's like I always have a little notebook somewhere. So I'll just start writing that way. And then later on, I'll go back and clean it up on a computer. Yeah.
How many books do you have out right now, Peggy?
Right now, I have 2 story collections and a novel. So the one, Dark Doorways, you already saw that one. This is my first story collection, Hell Hath No Fury. And then I have this is my first novel, the only novel I've written so far, called The Vessel. It's a Chinese energy vampire novel that's been out for a couple years. And I just finished this with my buddy, Don England, who did the art. It's called Plague of Man. It's a short, like illustrated novelette. And that link, by the time this interview gets posted, the link will be live for that one. So that's that right now.
Very interesting. Very interesting. You mentioned that after writing, you feel better telling this story. That's kind of hard for me to imagine, since it's a dark story. And how does that work for you internally?
That's kind of funny. I never thought of it that way. No, they're like for the first few stories I ever wrote, it was a catharsis in the sense that my mother died a long time ago. So it was 9 years after her death, I finally kind of came up with an idea of how to purge all of the things that I dealt with through her illness up to her death. And then I kind of put it into a story. And yeah, the story is really dark and not very nice, but at the same time, it allowed me to kind of get some of the garbage out of my head that had been hanging around for the past 9 years. So in the sense of that, that's what I mean by cathartic or like exorcising the demons. It's like things that you've dealt with in your life that just sit in your brain or in your heart and you just don't know how to get rid of them. Writing a story with those elements actually helps get it out of your system. And then you can kind of move on, per se, I guess is the way to do it. Mine just happens to be through the vein of horror. So
some people might do it with love stories.
Exactly.
And you're also a member of the Great Lakes Association of Horror Writers.
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about them and what your role is with that organization?
Sure. That group started back in 2007. So actually we're in our 13th year. So we've been kind of having a running joke. It's our fault that this year is a complete disaster because it's our 13th year. But I was actually one of the founding members of that group. And I'm actually one of the officers right now, but we're just a group of people. Most of us are horror writers or dark fiction writers, but we also have members who are photographers, artists, people who just like horror, either reading it or watching it. You don't actually have to be a writer. Most of us are from this area, but we have members across the country. And we put out a few publications every year. Some of them are just for members, some are open to the public. And, you know, when we're allowed to go outside again, we usually go to conventions so that we can talk to people and network and kind of help other foundling writers if they're looking for people who've been in the industry for a while to, I don't know, pick their brain, get some helpful information. We've done some readings, we've done workshops, just kind of just a bunch of mishmash stuff that we just want to get out there to the world.
I was a huge fan of horror and graphic violence when I was younger.
Mhm.
I'm not so much anymore. Am I typical to a readership that changes as they get older or mature? Tell me more about your fan base and how that may.
Most of the people that we've talked to, or even I've talked to, I'd say 9 out of 10 have been involved in horror in some way since they were little kids, either going to the movies, reading it, watching it on TV, and it has not waned at all. If anything, I think it gets more intense the older they get. I know that's happened with me. I've gotten more brave about trying. I guess, I mean, my perfect example would be Cannibal Holocaust, like watching that film. But I think most people that are our fans or that read our stuff or my stuff have been long time horror readers and writers and fans and watchers. And it just, yeah, it doesn't usually change as they go through life. It's one of the constants that have always been there. So.
And with such a fan base, do you find it's easier to be a successful writer of those genres when that fan base is uh, so popular and they want to hear more from you and they follow you around?
It's inspiring and motivating to have someone come up to you and say, "Oh yeah, I read your last book. I can't wait for the next one." Obviously, yeah, that's very nice to hear and to interact with people like that. I think in general, though, people who want to write or who have any kind of need to write are happy that if they can get that, but at the same time, they're like, "I'm just going to write what I want anyway, and if nobody reads it, well, that's okay because I'm writing it more for me, not for the public." Because once you start going and they're like, okay, well now people really like that zombie story, so now I got to write zombies because that's what they want. And things change so quickly in the industry. What's popular, they kind of pendulums back and forth. Zombies are huge now. Vampires used to be huge. Werewolves, everything comes in cycles. So I think it's nice to have a fan base, but at the same time, you really need to just write what stories you have inside your head.
So what can we look forward to you next?
Yeah, I'm going to keep pimping that, to use the word, I hate to use that phrase sometimes, but this Plague of Man, because this was actually maybe a year or two in the making, and we just finished the Kickstarter for it, and everybody, all the backers should have all of their stuff by the end of the week. So this will be live as of Friday the 13th, which is also rather appropriate. Hopefully this will be the first in a series of short novellas. My friend Don and I came up with the idea. We didn't do this year. I know it Plague of Man, it seems like it's appropriate for 2020, but we didn't write it this year. We came up with the idea a couple of years ago. And it's basically creating these plague doctors in this book in particular that are watchers of history. When I was doing research on plague doctors of the 14th century and during the Black Plague and all that, a lot of them weren't even medical doctors. They were just there to kind of witness what was happening, write down numbers, witness wills being written on people's deathbeds. So that's kind of what we created here. And I think we're going to try to make our protagonists like young adult. So in this one, it's Jacob, who's in a concentration camp during World War II. That's why it's SS of the Dead. So it's Plague of Man, SS of the Dead. So it's basically like a crazy doctor's trying to create a perfect soldier, and Jacob somehow gets involved in order to survive. And then the plague doctors kind of come talk to him and witness what the heck is going on. So I'm really super excited about this one.
Well, I think the genre lends itself to so much creativity and so many different avenues that you can take because it is fiction, and
Exactly.
it has that same realm of science fiction
Mhm.
that allows you to be spontaneous with your thoughts.
Right. And you can take, like in science fiction, you can take something that's real in science and then just kind of extrapolate it to, what if it developed this way? And it's the same thing with any kind of fiction. It's like, well, I'm going to take this historical event. And then I'm like, well, what if they went this way? Because what we know about the Nazis now and how they are obsessed with the occult and stuff like that, that kind of lent a little bit to this too. It's just like, well, what if, the whole game of what if is so much fun in fiction. So you can take something based in reality and just kind of twist it a little bit.
Tiffany, what are your thoughts?
I'm just curious to know, like, where does the beginning of a story start with you? Like, what is that inspiration? If it's going to be like you talked about the World War II and the concentration camps, but then also going back to the 14th century and the plague, like, how do you tie all that together?
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people would think like, because this is basically a zombie story and they're thinking zombies and Nazis, what? But there are several examples already out there in the movies that it's actually a perfect combination. But my friend Don and I were talking about originally just doing a one-off zombie Nazi story. And he's really good at drawing zombies, first of all. He's good at drawing in general, but he already kind of had this idea for a zombie in a Nazi uniform. And somehow we just started talking, and I don't know how, like, because we were using like a form of the plague to create this story. So I was like, okay, well, let's get into the plague So it's like, the dominoes kind of started to fall, and that's how we ended up here.
That's great.
I find it so interesting that, over and over again, we can take these happenings in life, these historic events, and twist them into tales that not only educate us a little bit on what happened then, but also create a new story, something that, is entertainment.
Right.
What, so you mentioned the occult. What other truths are woven into your fiction?
Let me think. Probably as of right now, for the Plague of Man series, we started going through historical events where somehow our doctors would either have an influence or watch. And I think the next one I want to work on had something to do with the Kennedy assassination, and how maybe Lee Harvey Oswald was pushed into doing what he did and how he was influenced by these outside forces. It's always fun to be able to look at. I have a notebook full of historical events that you'd think they were fiction, but they're actually true. Truth is stranger than fiction. And then just being able to find those kinds of things, you can just do a simple Google search and put in anything, and something in history has happened in regards to that in some form. So right now, yeah, I'm just trying to think. I don't know if I have too much like historical events in my fiction, more personal stuff so far until the Plague of Man. And now that's kind of branching me out into looking into more historical happenings. And that could even include like natural disasters like the tsunamis or the earthquakes or the San Francisco fire of the early 1900s, those kinds of things. So those are always fun to look into.
Lots and lots of fun ideas. How would you like to leave it with the viewership today? First of all, remind everybody where to find your books and where to find information on you, and then leave us with a parting thought.
Oh, geez. Everything I have links to everything on my website, which is themonkeyisin.com, which I know seems like an odd name for a horror writer, but there's, I think it's my writerly musings or some tab like that. And there's links to everything there. And, oh, wow, parting thoughts. Now I have to be deep and philosophical. I think for anyone out there who's either who's looking to getting into writing in any form, it doesn't have to be horror or whatever. I think it's just, if you want to do it, just do it. It's like, don't worry about getting an audience. Don't worry about being trendy. Just do what's inside of you to do. And I think the writing comes naturally from that point.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being one of our authors this year. We appreciate it. And we're going to have more with the authors from the 2020 second annual Rochester Hills Public Library Rochester Writers Author Fair coming up.
Chapter 30, Light Writer. Names. They're how we identify ourselves. They're the first step in getting to know each other. Some people believe that names, which are given to us, determine our personality. My name isn't Lucy. It's just a nickname. Weird, right? Most of the time, nicknames are a shorter version of your real name, like Chris for Christopher or Liz for Elizabeth. Sometimes they're just words that for some reason are associated with you. Shorty, Tank, Casper, you get it. It's not common that someone's nickname is just another name entirely, but mine is. My nickname is Lucy. My mom gave it to me when I was just a kid. She called me Lucy more than she called me by my real name. So one day I asked her why. I don't know, she said. You just look like a Lucy. So why didn't you name me that? I don't know, but I should have. So there you have it. I found the answer to the ultimate question. Who am I? I'm a Lucy. I'm the person you've come to know through the pages of this book. I'm the person you know as Lucy Lane. The name Lucy, it means light. I like that. I never knew that before. I just looked it up as I was writing this. Lane, as a name, means a path or a roadway. So maybe I'm the girl who can light your path to wherever it is that you need to go. Maybe not. That's not my whole identity. As a word, lane means to hold back, to conceal, to disguise. It means to refrain from telling something. How fitting. I don't think I could have picked a better pen name even if I had known all the meanings and definitions beforehand. Lucy. It means light. To reveal. Lane. It means to disguise. To conceal. That's me. I'm just a girl with a dead mom who wants to share her story. So I hope you understand that by the time you finish this book, I've told you all I can. That there are parts of my story that are meant only for me. And amongst those things is my real name. That doesn't mean you don't know me, though. Different people know me in different ways. My identities, they change. The person who I am to you depends on where and when we met. I am any and all of these things, and sometimes more. Just based on the variations of my name, I'm a woman on her own, alone. I'm the writer. I'm beloved. I'm also the girl who my mom knew as the light writer. I always thought it was strange how she just gave me a new name, a new identity. But these changes take place whether we rename, nickname, or ignore them. My mom's story is similar to mine. She was born with a name, but throughout her life, it changed. She loved Bit-O-Honeys. You know, the candies? So her daddy called her that. To him, it meant an angel, daddy's little girl. The rest of her family knew her as Norma. It means a rule or pattern. It makes sense since she was the glue that held them together. The one who wasn't afraid to tell her brothers and sisters to shut the fuck up when they were fighting with each other. Most of her friends knew her that way too, as Norma. My sister and I knew her as Mom, something that exercises protective care over something else. Mom was synonymous with her middle name, Lee, which refers to a shelter. A person named Lee is said to be a healer. My mom was so many things to so many people. A daughter, a sister, a friend, a lover, a miracle, a mother. She was a cancer factory. She was a paycheck to several doctors, but rarely a patient. She was alive for 51 years, and that whole time she was dying. She was a fighter. I know exactly why her name was stamped on the bottom of our Thanksgiving Day angels. Because my mom, she was heavenly. She was angelic. You may only know her as words on a page. You may, however, know her as something or someone else. My mom was many different things. But most of all, she was beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. And her name, it was Naomi.
Welcome back to the second annual Author Fair hosted by Rochester Writers and the Rochester Hills Public Library. My name is Michael Dwyer. Also online with us is Tiffany from the library. Hi, Tiffany.
Oh, how are you?
And our author for this segment is Lucy Lane. Hi, Lucy. Good to see you.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure to have you here. And we just got done watching your video about names and where you're at and how this has brought you to your writing career. Could you tell us a little bit more about where you came from and where you're headed with the branding of Lucy Lane?
Yeah, absolutely. I think of two sort of separate occasions in my life, for lack of a better word, maybe milestones, but I sort of don't remember a time where I didn't want to be a writer. But I very specifically did not want to be an author. So like I said, I was young. I grew up watching my dad, who's an immigrant, read the newspaper every day. And it was kind of like his little tradition. He sat on the same spot on the couch. He read the newspaper every day. He ate an orange. He'd peel the orange. And when he was done with the newspaper, he'd wrap everything up and put it back in the bag and throw it away. So journalism was really important to me throughout my life because I saw that it was important to my dad, and I saw how much he learned just by reading the paper. So journalism was always the way that I wanted to go. And because I think everybody kind of thinks go big or go home, when people know that I wanted to be a writer, their first response was always, you should write a book. And I just didn't want to, it wasn't something that was a goal of mine then. It wasn't really a plan. I didn't think that I was a long story kind of writer. I thought I was a short story kind of writer. So I remember the day that I decided that I wanted to write a book. And what happened was my sister was working for a company and she was a graphic designer, and the guy that she was working for was publishing his 7th book and he needed an editor. So I got hired as a freelance position to edit this book. And as I was editing it, I realized I could write a book. Why don't I try? So I put it into a sort of perspective where thinking about writing a book seems like this huge task that really, I guess only people think you're like a superhuman if you do it, So I thought if I only wrote 1 page a day for a year, I would have a 365-page book. And that's a pretty long book. And realistically, I know that there are going to be days I'm too busy or I don't feel good or I'm just not in the mood to write. So even if I took a third of the year off, I would still have a book that was over 200 pages. So I kind of stuck to that, and I decided when I had free time, I would always just try to write. And a lot of what I wrote for this book didn't make it into the book, because you don't just write great things with every time that you pick up a pen, but it was all part of the process, and I learned a lot from it. And not just in terms of writing a book, but just in the way to sort of approach life when something seems sort of impossible, and how you can overcome it. I realized that kind of breaking it down into smaller portions and holding yourself accountable for doing that makes it possible. So it's really kind of made me try a lot more things. And I think it was a good process to go through, because if for people who have read my book or are going to read the book, I might say a lot of things in there that people don't typically say, or feel like they shouldn't say. But my whole point in writing the book is, I think that the way that we deal with people who are dealing with death is we try to snuff it out. We try to cover it up and make it okay. And it's not okay for a lot of people. And it's good to just kind of get those thoughts and those feelings out. And it was a real growing experience for me.
I like your approach. It's very much like a journalistic approach, where you've just segmented these pieces together. You do one page a day, put it together, review those sections. It's a journalistic approach, I think, to writing the book. And the name, Dead Mom Disease, and I know this comes from your relationship with your mom and her, I'm guessing, untimely passing. Can you tell us more about that and how it became the book?
Yeah, so the title, I kind of explain it a little bit in the first chapter, but really what happened was, I don't even remember what the story was. My sister and I were talking on the phone, and I don't know if something happened to me or if something happened to her, but we were talking about, one of the situations that we had with one of our friends where it was very awkward for them. Because when we would bring up stories about my mom, like I said, it's, people try to snuff it out. So they think that because my mom is dead, every time I'm talking about her, it's really hurtful or it's painful or, hard. And there's situations where you can't control, there's things that remind you of people, and you can't control the whole world to make sure that nowhere that you ever go is going to play this song, or nobody's ever going to show this movie in front of you or something because it reminds you of your mom who happens to be dead. But those things happen. And again, I think it's nice to be able to talk about the memories that you have with people and sort of, keep them alive, like people say, but that makes people uncomfortable. So they don't like talking about it, especially if you're talking about parts of the experience that were sad. So we said, we kept exchanging stories like this over time. It wasn't right after our mom died. It was actually like a few years after she died. And we had so many of these experiences that we were like, it's like we have a disease, like people are afraid to be around us, to talk about this thing like it's a disease that we're experiencing. And we just said it was, like we have dead mom disease. That's what we came up with. And it just sort of stuck with us over time. It's just like sometimes you might come up with a nickname for someone in the moment, but you never call them that again. But this idea of dead mom disease just kept coming back to us and coming back to us. And I actually wrote the first couple chapters of the book in college for an assignment. We had a choice between a couple of different ways that we could write our final paper. And one of them was to write the first couple of chapters from any but like a autobiographical book, and you could write what would be the first couple chapters of that book. And so I wrote like I think 3 chapters for that, maybe 4. And I held on to those chapters for years and years and years before I ever actually went back to them and then developed it into the book.
Tiffany, do you have a question?
Well, I'm always interested to know how writers start writing. And you mentioned about your dad reading the newspaper, which I think is a great story. It's a great inspiration that as a child you noticed how important reading and the written word were to your dad. In writing the book, what sort of response has your family had, to your words and into what you've had to say?
Well, my dad didn't read the book, so he doesn't like it that I swear, and I swear in the book, and he didn't read it. He read like a few pages, so he's really proud of me that I did it though. Like he thinks it's really cool, and he loves telling people about it. He gets really excited every time I give him some sort of update on anything that's going on with it, but my sister was sort of part of the writing process for me because I did, I guess, decide in the beginning I was going to write a book, and I did think about how I was going to break it down, but I didn't plan everything out. It's not like I had an outline and like, all right, here's the story, and I'm going to put that in this chapter, and then this happened. I didn't do it like that. I kind of just whatever inspired me. Like I said, sometimes you're just walking down the street and you see something that sparks a memory for you. So if something happened to inspire me in the moment and I was able to sit down and write it down, I did. And if I didn't have the time in the beginning, it happened a few times where I was like, oh, maybe I was at work and like whatever came to my mind, I think that would be a really good story for my book. But later when I went to sit down and write it, I forgot what the idea was. So I learned the hard way that I would have to make a note. And if I was busy, if I was driving, I'd make a voice note. And if I was working, I'd just pull out my phone and use the little notepad to write down some keywords from the memory or the story or whatever it was that came to my mind. And later when I had the time to develop it, I would write the chapter. And so in the end, what I did is I printed out all the chapters and I laid them on the floor. And I also have most of the chapters have a poem at the end. Some of them have just some sort of other short piece. And so I printed all of those out. And then I found like what poem would match up well with what chapter. And I sort of stacked them. And then I almost like a puzzle, just put chapters together. Like, oh, this kind of that would make sense to go after this. And then this would make sense. And like I said, I pulled some of the chapters out. Some of them I would have questions about. So my sister was sort of my go-to person because she also, out of anybody in the world, knows the experience that I went through more than anybody else. So we sort of put it together, both of us, that way, where we'd say, I think this fits here, or maybe we should cut this out. And then it just kind of formed itself into the book. Like it all ended up working out. Even when I had all the chapters written, I still didn't know if I was going to be able to make it a book, that still seems like something that is beyond the realm of just a normal person to be able to publish a book and have it be a story that other people want to read. But it just kind of happened that way. And so my sister loves it. I mean, she's one of my biggest fans in anything that I do. And, a lot of her friends have, because of what she says about it, a lot of her friends have bought the book or read the book. So that's really the extent of my family. I don't talk to many of my cousins or anybody on my mom's side anymore. And most of the family on my dad's side aren't strong readers. A lot of them don't even speak English. So they know about it and they're really proud of it, but they haven't really read it.
Have you thought about having it translated into the language of your family?
No, I think if it was more focused on something to do with my dad, that would be an option. But it's about my mom, and her family isn't from Iraq. They all speak English, and they're just kind of not. I still talk to some of my cousins, but I mean, not in a close way. It's just, I think the problem is the family's so big. She was the youngest of 15 kids. So uh, half of her brothers and sisters are already having kids by the time she was born. And we have hundreds and hundreds of cousins. I don't even know all of my cousins. I just joined ancestry.com trying to figure it out, but it takes a lot of work because there's so many of them. So I have thought about doing audiobook, but that's about the extent of that. I've thought about it. I haven't really looked up, how to go about doing it or any of that, but it's definitely in my future plans, especially because just during the pandemic, I started listening to audiobooks. I never really listened to them before, but I read and write for a living. And so sometimes it's hard in my free time to choose to sit down and read, but I still love reading and I love the stories. And there's all these books I want to know what they say. So I started listening to audiobooks and I love it. So it kind of made me think maybe I will put my book on audio.
I absolutely think that's a great idea. And maybe you could do a PG version for your dad.
Yeah, maybe. We've read him a couple chapters like over the phone. Some of them that have more stories about him in it, and he does like it. So, and I mean, I swear in front of him, he has to deal with it, but maybe I'll do a PG version for him.
When it comes to your readership, your fan base, who are your readers, and what connection, what kind of feedback do you get from them regarding the content?
Well, obviously a lot of my friends were really supportive when I first announced that I published the book. So I was surprised at the mix of friends that actually bought the book though, versus the people who I thought would buy the book, and then the people who actually did. A lot of them, not that I know everything about everyone, but I didn't really pin them down to be readers, so I was really surprised that they read the book. But one of the most common things that I've heard from people who know me, who have read the book, is that it's like sitting down and having a conversation with me. That the way that I wrote the story comes across in a very authentic way to my voice, and they feel like they're just sitting there and like they can almost hear me reading it to them. And I would agree with that because I think I wasn't trying to adapt the way that I was writing for anything. There's certain styles, like in journalism, there's a style. If you're writing an essay or a research paper, there's a style. This was my story. And so I wasn't trying to make it fit anything. And when I started doing it, like I said, I didn't even know if it would end up as a book. I didn't know if it would just be a lot of chapters that I wrote, and I ended up with, all of this stuff on my computer, and it never fit together and I never published it. Once I did realize that I could fit it together in a book, I waited 5 years to publish it. So I still didn't know that it would, actually be anything. So I wasn't going for any certain style. And then I do have like strangers who have read it, because I'll see reviews online or something from people who I don't know, or I have, a Facebook page and an Instagram page, and sometimes people will make comments on there. But that was pretty scary to me at first. Like it's scary to have people who reading something so personal that you put out there, just because I guess just because it is, no real reason. And then, but for strangers, you can only convey so much in writing. They don't get to know the person behind it, which sometimes I think might work out in your advantage, and sometimes I think it might work to your disadvantage. So I did go through a period of time where I was nervous, and I thought, should I unpublish the book? I don't really know if I want a bunch of like the whole world to be able to read this. What did I do? Why did I publish it? And I had this little fight going on in my mind, but in the end, I just decided that, you know, I don't even know those people. So if they're saying something bad about me, it doesn't really affect my life in a negative way. And I was sort of hoping in the beginning, I know this is weird, but I was sort of hoping to get some kind of a negative review just to get it over with, because I know it's coming. You know what I mean? Nobody can produce something that everybody in the world loves. And I know that. You learn that in journalism and you learn it in other things in life, but I haven't gotten that yet. So that's good. I've only gotten good reviews, but I know there's someone out there who probably doesn't like it. And I'm not sure who those people are who are reading it, but it seems like the people who would be most drawn to it probably have lost a mother themselves, or maybe even a parent. And that isn't really who I think the whole audience is intended for. I think a lot of it is intended for just maybe even anybody who hasn't experienced a death, because it's a lot about how you treat the person who's going through it. And if you haven't went through it, or even if you have went through it, you don't know what it feels like for the other person. You don't know, nobody knows what my relationship was like with my mom. I don't know what it feels like for my sister, because they had a different relationship than we did, so you just can't really understand. And I think it's just important for us to learn to give permission to people to be upset, even when you think that they should be over it or that they shouldn't be that upset, so it's intended for everybody. But probably the people who are drawn to it are someone who have went through a death of a person who's very close to them, if not their mother.
So you mentioned something that is very scary for writers, which is actually producing your work and publishing it and having people read it, right? So regardless of the genre, it's usually a very scary thing to put your words that come out of your mind onto paper and then have people read it. And then you seem to have a lot of different experiences in different genres with journalism and maybe more academic writing. How was the process of writing this book? And just kind of, as you said, there was really no style or structure. It's kind of like a conversation with you. Was that a kind of a freeing feeling for you to just do that? And then also on the flip side of that, what would you recommend for people to deal with that negative criticism if and when it comes?
It definitely was a freeing experience for a lot of reasons. Number one, I wasn't doing it for anybody. It wasn't, I didn't have a grade depending on it, or my job, or, at first when I was writing it, it was just for me. So even I didn't have to worry about other people reading it and having an opinion on it. So that felt really great. It also was surprising to me, I learned a lot when I was doing it, because it was interesting to think what sort of memories came to mind and how they related to things that I was doing today, or, why I was doing those things today, where you sort of don't look at your life like that. You don't look at like, oh, well, I was 5 and this happened, and so that's probably why I'm doing this today, unless you have a reason that you're going through and analyzing all of these things. So it was interesting to me that way to learn just kind of how your childhood does travel with you throughout life and sort of shape you, whether it's to stay the way that you were or to become completely opposite based on what you realized from that. And I was really shy when I was younger, so I dealt with a lot of, I guess, fear of what people would think. I had an older sister and I thought she was super cool, and I always wanted to be doing things that I thought she would think was cool. And then, in school, it's just like for everybody, I think everybody goes through it. You're always kind of comparing yourself to people. I was unsure of myself a lot because I felt different from people. I never really, I don't think I have ever really fit into a certain kind of group or anything like that. I've always sort of been everywhere, all over the place. So I learned, I think, to not care so much over time, like anybody does as they grow and mature. You kind of realize, like, oh, I was so worried about this situation, it ended up being fine. So just by experience, you learn. But I had a car accident that I talk about in the book, and it left me with some physical like scarring, and it turned it, my body wasn't healing. And it turned into psoriasis. And then I went through this, I was 21. So it was hard for me because I had went through my life being just a typical person, like with nothing remarkable about me, except for the fact that I'm very short, which I never was self-conscious about. So now I had this physical thing wrong with me that people could see. It was on my face, it was on my head, it was on my hands. Like I couldn't cover it up completely, and I hated it. It was so hard for me. And I covered it up as much as I could. I wore long sleeves, I wore pants. I didn't, it was like very, very bad time for me in my mind. And then I don't know what happened, but I just had a moment one day where I was like, this is your life now. You have to accept it, or you're going to be miserable forever. Like you're always going to be worrying about what other people think of you. But I thought about myself, and when I see people who have something physically wrong with them, and I don't think less of them, so I thought there's other people like that, and I just kind of got comfortable with it. And once I got more comfortable with that physical insecurity, I just started to learn to be proud of myself, because if you're not, then other people don't have a reason to be. I just learned to stop caring so much. If people want to judge me for like one small fraction of who I am, it's more on them. That's more about like they're missing out on people. Maybe not me. Maybe they wouldn't prefer to have me in their life if they really knew me. But there are people that they're missing out on having in their life that they would absolutely love if they weren't judging on that one thing. And so I just slowly let go of it. And I try, I don't want to be disrespectful, and I don't want to offend people. And I want to have compassion and empathy for people, but I don't want to suppress who I am because I feel like it might bother somebody. Because no, you're bothering somebody no matter what you are. You're always annoying someone, even your friends or your family. I get annoyed with my dad and my sister. I love them. I think they're great. So you can't avoid it. And I just decided to not care. And that sounds kind of like crass, I guess, but it's not. I don't care in the fact that like I don't care about other people. It's that I don't care if people are judging me for things that I am not doing on purpose to hurt anybody. So it's hard. I don't know how other people can do that. I don't know if I would have been able to do it if I didn't go through that experience myself. Like I don't know. I think a lot of people know those things when you tell them. It doesn't matter if people are judging you, or, people are going to judge you when you don't know anyway. You can tell that to people all the time, but I don't know how to make it sink in. I don't even know how it happened for me. It's like I woke up one day and I just forced myself to do it. So it's a very great feeling though.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you with us today, and as one of the authors for the Shop Small Saturday and Sunday. One final question, and then I'd like you to wrap it up by telling everyone where they can go to get more information and to buy your book. Is there a second book in the works?
There is actually a couple of them. So I wrote a children's book, which is also something I thought I would never do. But someone approached me about a particular story, and so I went with it. And that one is written. I am waiting for the illustrators to complete that. So unfortunately, I have no idea what that date will be, but as soon as it's ready, I will publish it. And then I'm also working on just a book of poems. So it'll be all new poems, none of them that were included in Dead Mom Disease. And I'm over halfway done with that. So I'd like to have it out by next summer. It could be sooner. My goal right now in my mind is my birthday, which is in August. So then I have a couple of other ideas for books that I would like to work on in the future. It's just like, I realize that if I'm working on all of them at once, it's going to, take me a really long time to finish one. So I'm trying to segment them and work on one at a time. I do sometimes write parts of the other books just because if something really inspiring happens to me in that moment and I know that it would be great for that book, I sort of jot it down. So I have little bits and pieces of 3 books in the works and one completed one waiting on those illustrations. And I will publish all of them under the same pen name. So if people follow my author page on Amazon, then they'll get alerts automatically once a new book is available. You can go to Amazon.com and search for Dead Mom Disease and buy the book there. It's available as a paperback and also on ebook, and maybe one day in the future it will be available as an audiobook. And then I also have my own website, www.iamlucylane.com, and purchases could be made there as well. So any of those places.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story. I know that this is part of the reason why we are writers and why we become authors is to share this story, and it's a bit of therapy, but it's nice when it develops into something like a book and we can now show the world that. So,
Oh, yeah.
Lucy Lane, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And more as the 2020 Authors Fair continues. Thank you for joining us for the second annual Rochester Writers, Rochester Hills Public Library Author Fair. We are continuing our author interviews, and for this segment, we have Sue Agawas joining us. Hi, Sue. How are you?
I am good. Thank you for having me, Michael. I really appreciate it.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. And what I like about authors like yourself is that you're kind of just getting into the realm of being a published author, and you have your first book out, Grandma's Sock Drawer, correct?
That is correct. Would you like to see a front?
Oh, yes.
There it is.
So that's a beautiful book, and I know that it's already doing well. Where did the idea of Grandma's Sock Drawer come from?
Well, my daughter, who used to write a lot, very creative, in her junior high year long ago, she wrote something silly about a sock drawer. And then as I was getting ready for this month in November, which is called National Novel Writing Month, where many people around the world do a funny thing of writing a novel, which is considered 50,000 words in 1 month. And the whole idea of that is just to spark creativity, and you put away your editor self and say, I'll edit another time if it's worth it, but right now just let me write for the fun of writing. And so I wanted to start this month and explore fantasy, which I had never written before. And I remembered her sock drawer poem or whatever she had written, and I thought that's a cool premise. I want to start with that. So that's how it all began.
So there was no grandma with a sock drawer in real life?
Nope, no grandma, no sock drawer in it. And I often reflect on the title and I think, I wonder if some people think that's kind of a creepy idea, a grandmother's sock drawer. What would be in there? But
Well, no, I think it's a wonderful idea. It has this mystery to it, a bit of fantasy, as you've mentioned. It leads people, readers, to want to know, what is that all about? I think it's a great idea. It's very youthful.
thank you very much. I really had fun doing it. It just kind of expanded, and I had ideas of what I wanted to create. But then when I go to these different worlds, I would find things that were surprising to me, even, and it was just a lot of fun to write.
And what can readers find? First of all, what age group is it for, and what kind of journey will they go on?
Well, I keyed it for starting with young adults, but I have found an audience of anywhere from like third grade upwards, adults. They've enjoyed it, and they've given me feedback that they couldn't stop reading it. They enjoyed it, but it takes you on journeys to. This young lady has come into an inheritance, this sock drawer, and she doesn't understand why. Her grandma is gone, and no one understands where she is. It's not like she's dead, or is she dead? But they don't know. But she has inherited this sock drawer and 3 pairs of socks. And these take her on journeys to worlds that she never expected, and finding out things about herself, and hopefully to discover what happened to her grandma.
Sounds wonderful. And you said it's a YA or young adult novel. A fun fact for people tuning in is that 80%, I believe that's still the figure of young adult novels, are read by adults. I don't know
Yes,
if you've heard that.
I have. And I am one of
So,
those people who do that.
well, yeah, me too. I mean, I find a lot of fun in young adult novels. They're easier to read and they're quicker to read, and they have a spark of joy and mystery and surprise that sometimes I don't find in adult novels.
Yes, yes. Hmm.
So, who is the main character in your book?
Her name is Suki Durand, and she goes to her grandmother's beach house with her father, and finds herself in the middle of an estate sale. Her father is going to sell everything, and then she has this inheritance given only to her, and she has to find out, what does this mean, before the whole place is sold out from under her.
So there's this element of a timeline. So you've added that nice. It's a stress level to keep the action moving.
Yes. And one of her allies in this search is her grandmother's little French bulldog that never left her grandmother's side. And so now, as she's in this grandmother's house, this little French bulldog has taken to be with her. And it was really quite funny about the way I wrote this story. I'd be writing late at night and in the chapters and so on, and it'd be time to go to bed. And I would close up my computer and I would turn, like the dog was at my side. Okay, let's go to bed. The dog became such a real character to me. I thought it was with me.
Well, I think that you should have little French bulldog creatures or stuffed animals that you can sell with your book.
I know. It was just surprising. I mean, I got so into it that I thought the dog was right here with me, helping me.
Well, that's great. I mean, that shows that you're really involved in your own story, and I think that's where some of the best stories come from. Is that the author is so uh, tied into the story, tied into each character, that they can express that through their words. So I have to ask, without giving away the story, do we have some resolution at the end?
We do, and we don't. And it's really opened up itself for a sequel, which I did write. I've worked on it for past couple years, and I found something that is worth revising, which I am working on now. And so there were a lot of questions not answered. So the sequel, I hope, will do that. And then this year, it's November and it's Nano Writing Month again. So I started a new project, which would be the prequel. How did Grandma come to have these socks in the first place? And what was her story that led into Suki's story? So it's just a bunch of fun. I just have a bunch of fun writing it.
So it's going to turn out to be a trilogy.
I hope
at
so.
the end. You'll have a prequel and okay. Sounds
Yes.
good. Which one will be released first, the sequel or the prequel?
The sequel, I'm hoping. The sequel. Yeah.
Okay. That's wonderful. And you were a school teacher for nearly 40 years. Is that right? What grades did you teach?
That is correct. I had everything from first grade. During the day, it would be elementary. In the evening, I did adult ed many years. I've taught GED. I've taught special education for learning disabled, autistic, and so on like that. Yeah.
Now, I find that a lot of school teachers, especially elementary school teachers, and the parents of elementary school teachers, um, try writing a book because of what they've seen throughout the years of what has been assigned reading or what books are available. They feel that I think either they can do it too, or they find a gap and they try to fill that gap. Was that your story with coming to become an author?
No, I usually just loved the stories. I loved reading as a kid. When I had my own two children, we'd sit on the couch and we'd take out like 20 some books a week from the library and we'd just read. I used to take notes on them and write what things I liked about them. I just loved going on journeys wherever the authors would take us. And then through the years, I would just write small correspondence things, notes to people, and they would come back with me and say, man, that really touched me, it made me cry or something. And it just encouraged me that there might be something I can say with words on a paper that might touch someone, might make them laugh, might make them feel good. And I had those little bits of encouragements all through the years. And while I was at home with my kids, I took a course, wrote a couple, I had the basic course and then wrote a novel with this correspondence course. And so it's always been there. And then when I went back to work after my kids went to school, I just wrote small things, mostly journaling type. And then when I retired, I thought, let me just spend more time and concentrate on it. So it was not so much seeing a gap as loving the stories.
So it sounds like you just wanted to be part of the magic that you enjoyed.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
And speaking of the magic and those books that you've enjoyed, can you name some authors or some books that have inspired you and led you on your path?
Well, there are basic ones. I think the one with Grandma Sock Drawer is very connected to the C.S. Lewis Chronicles of Narnia. I really enjoyed his writing of those. So I think you see that reflected in there. And then there's other hints of fantasy that you might see from The Wizard of Oz or stuff like that that wasn't maybe directly in my mind. But as I reflect on it now, I think, oh, those had impacted me when I enjoyed them, and they may have had an influence on some of my writing.
Now, with the example of C.S. Lewis, he often has this meaning of life woven into it. Do you do something similar?
Yes, you'll see that in Grandma Sock Drawer, that there are, I don't want to come out and pound anything on anyone, but there are some things that are universal truths. And I feel that I try to help my character discover those through their journeys with others in the book.
And when it comes to being a newly published author, um, what's that like? What do people, do friends and family um, respond to you differently, or are they just happy that they're done being the readers until it's been published?
Well, my family has been very big support, especially my husband. He's always my biggest cheerleader, has been through all the years. And then my children, my daughter is my best critic because she's very talented in her own right, with writing and creativities. And so when I ask her to read something, she'll tell me. She'll tell me straight up. She won't just sugarcoat it and say, "Oh, that's really good, Mom." And oh no, she'll tell me, and it's very helpful, and I appreciate that. My friends, they just mostly are cheering me on and happy that I'm proceeding and moving forward with something that I feel very passionate about.
Well, that's good. It's good to have a nice support system in place. And what kind of feedback are you getting from readers that have enjoyed your book?
I have a cousin who lives in Wisconsin, and she said she was passing my book around to her ladies group circle, and I was getting wonderful feedback from them. They were saying I couldn't put it down. A lot of people who don't like to read, who are not wanting, don't get into books, don't really like it, they are telling me they enjoyed it because the format I used, I had children in mind and myself as well, that I like it to move. I like to turn the page. I like to finish a chapter. I like to get going. And so the whole book is set up with a lot of short chapters. And so these people of, senior age even are telling me I couldn't put it down. I had to finish it because it had that kind of a accomplished feeling when you're reading. I got through another chapter and what's going to happen now? So they'd go on.
I really enjoy when an author does a shorter chapter because you can read maybe two or three in a sitting, and you're not trying to get through a whole chapter. And then you set the book down, and you might take a little bit before you come back to it. But with the shorter chapters and with that sort of cliffhanger or page turner feel to it, you'll read two or three or four in a row. And I really enjoy that style.
That's what I try to do. Yeah.
Great. And what advice do you have for authors that are working on their first book, especially maybe an author that is attempting the National Writing Month of November, since we're in that now? Tips for them?
Oh, yes. Big tips. One, don't edit. We have a tendency to go back and reread what we just wrote and then think, oh, that's not good. Let me fix it up. Let me do something. But during the month of November, put that aside and just, read where you left off, but then just go into it and just write and give yourself permission to be horrible. Tell yourself you may write terrible, but just write. And then just by that, having that permission to be free, then you just start discovering things about, you let your characters do things I used to read about people who say, oh, the characters come alive. I didn't know they were going to do this, or they took a different direction. And I thought, wow, my characters never did anything like that until I gave my permission to myself to say, okay, just write. It doesn't have to be perfect. I can fix it later. So that's one of the big ones. Just write and have fun and explore places you might not have taken your characters before.
Good advice. And it reminds me of I forget who said it, but you can't edit a blank page.
True.
So you need to get the writing in first and get a lot of it. And that's, I think, the challenge that this National Writing Month has given us over what's it been, 8 years or 12 years now?
Oh, I think more than that, because I've been doing it since 2009. And I think that might have been, I don't know if that was their 10th anniversary or not, but they'd been already going for a while then.
Well, it's a wonderful idea. It's a wonderful program. And I think that it has inspired a lot of authors such as yourself to write that book, get the words down, worry about editing later, get through the process, and then start the whole realm of getting it published. Um, what did you find easier, the writing of the book or getting it published?
Definitely writing. I had no marketing skills at all. And so that was a different hat and a brand new arena for me to learn. And then I went through the editing process, which I didn't mind so much because it was something to better the novel. So I didn't mind that too much. But then it came a time to find a company. And the company I found was over in Dexter, and they were wonderful. I loved them. And then through whatever happened, they went bankrupt in March. And so there I was like, okay, now what do I do? So there was a lot of little glitches like that along the way that I had to learn. I had no idea.
And I hear this a lot from authors, is that every path to publication is different and unique to that author, and you've got to be prepared for all kinds of challenges along the way. So we don't want to scare anybody from pursuing this pursuit of becoming an author, but write it, edit it, publish it. It's a learning experience. It's challenging, but it's very rewarding. And for those that have read Grandma's Sock Drawer, can you give us a little hint of maybe where you will be going without giving too much away?
Well, Suki has to go back, basically. She has to find Grandma. And time is running out. But she has to do it now without ranunculus.
Wonderful. Let's leave it with you telling everyone where they can get a copy of Grandma's Sock Drawer, find out more about you. I bet you got a website.
Yes, I do. I have a beautifully made website. And if you go suagawas.com, you'll find all the information you need to find a place to order from, basically Amazon or Barnes & Noble books. But it's all there on my website. It's very easy just to click and find it.
That's wonderful. Sue Agawas, thank you so much for joining us today for the Authors Fair, our second annual, held virtually this year. We'll have more today and tomorrow, depending on when you're tuning in. We've got the 30 authors through the course of the Rochester Hills Public Library and Rochester Writers Author Fair.
Hello, I'm horror author, editor, publisher, and fan Michael Cieslak. I run a small publishing company called Dragon's Roost Press, which specializes in dark speculative fiction. I'm a member of the Great Lakes Association of Horror Writers and have been since its inception. Today I'll be reading from my collection, Urbane Decay, published in 2018 by SourcePoint Press. This is An Appropriate Muse. It was all gone. He sat back in disbelief. This muse had lasted even less time than the previous one, and that one had not even made it a week. This one was what, 3 days? Was it only 3 days? The pile of remains stared up at him with its one good eye. Maggots crawled in the ragged cavern that was once an abdomen. The left arm, the skin flayed from fingertips to elbow, pointed up as if accusing him. The damn thing was right. It was wrong to be so wasteful. There had to be something left there for him. He leaned over to dip his pen in the red wetness of the open mouth. A few of the teeth were missing, but the jaw was still in place. It smiled up at him. It was mocking him. The censorious finger, the grin, the lone eye. They were all mocking him, his inability, his failure. Rage poured out of him in an incoherent scream. He stabbed down with the pen. It slashed a layer of flesh from the cheek of the corpse's face. The second swipe missed altogether. This only added strength to his rage. He raised up from the chair and fell upon the remains. His fists rose and fell, accompanied by soft, wet sounds. When it was over, When the dark spots retreated from him and his vision returned, he found himself on the floor. He was kneeling next to the pummeled detritus. His hands and arms were slick with gore. A dark red splatter made a fan shape on the wall. Clots of gray and black clung here and there. He ran his fingers through his hair, bone splinters cascading to the floor. He covered his face with his hands and sobbed. He just didn't understand. When he had first started, he could write for months. His first muse, why, that one had lasted... Of course, that first muse had been special. It was true what they said. You always remember your first. He closed his eyes and thought about her. A smile formed as he remembered the way the sun had glimmered on her auburn hair. Try as he might, he had never been able to reproduce that shimmering with the fluorescent lights of the basement that had been his creative space at the time. He had always had studios, dark, solitary spaces where he could work on his experiments, his art. He was quite gifted. He could sculpt passably well, and his painting skills had been enough to earn him a small gallery showing. Somewhere in the Midwest there was a collector with not one, but 3 of his paintings. These paintings contained the remains of not one, but 2 of his muses. This was not, however, where he excelled. His real creative outlet, his real skill set, lay with the written word. If the critics were to be believed, his poetry was dark and edgy, brutal yet honest, and the stuff of nightmares. He was especially fond of that last one. In fact, he liked it so much that he'd used it as the title of his first collection of short stories. His agent had been a bit worried that it might be too presumptuous, but he held his ground. It had paid off. After The Stuff of Nightmares, he had been able to add award-winning author to his biography. The next pamphlet of poetry included a special one entitled A Bit Too Presumptuous. This one had been dedicated to my friend, agent, and sometime muse. Thank you for the inspiration. After that, he had needed a new agent. That was when things started to go horribly wrong. New agent had told him that he was meant for bigger things. New agent told him he needed to expand his repertoire. It was new agent who had convinced him that he should try his hand at a novel. The agent had been right. The novel had been a giant undertaking. The novel had been a huge success. Because of the novel, he had gone on talk shows, been interviewed by members of the press, even spoke in front of groups at libraries and bookstores. People stood in line for his autograph. They waited for hours to hear him read. They asked him questions and smiled at his answers. He loved it when they asked about his inspiration. Where do you get your ideas? If only they knew. The novel and its success had allowed him to move to his very own house in a new city, in a new state. And this was good. The novel had required 4 muses. The 4 missing people, chosen at random, strangers to him and each other, had finally attracted the attention of the local police. The 4 bodies, when they were discovered, had attracted the attention of the FBI. Since then, next to nothing. He had told himself he was taking time off to bask in the success. He had told himself that he was making sure that the cops didn't have anything on him. No one had ever spoken to him about any of the muses, so he assumed he had gotten off clean. He told himself that he was not afraid. Even when he had disposed of his first editions, those beautiful handwritten pages, he had told himself he was just being prudent. He was semi-famous now. What would happen if someone were to stumble upon those original drafts? Oh, how he missed the supple bindings of those works. Only the skin of a truly flawless, truly inspiring muse went into their creation. Anthropodermic bibliopegy. Who knew there was even a word for the practice? Caution or no, the urge to write grew within him. It built steadily, day by day, until he could resist it no more. He was still getting to know the new city. Despite this, it was easy to find the places where those who would not be missed lived and worked. The streets of the red light district were busy. The bus station was much more isolated. The collection had been quick and flawless, just like old times. He had written a short story and a few poems. None of them were very good, but they had been purchased sight unseen by various publishers who wanted to catch the tales of his rising star. Since then there had been 2 more muses, but little productivity. He knew that he had to get back on the horse. He knew he had to start work on the follow-up novel if he was to avoid being labeled a one-hit wonder. He had tasted fame, and it was sweet. He did not want to lose that, to slide off into obscurity. The constant calls from the new agent didn't help matters. "Just calling to check on my favorite Wunderkind. How's that sequel coming?" He had lied. It was coming along smoothly, everything was great, no sophomore slump here. It hadn't been coming at all. The new agent wanted to see something. Just a little taste, the first few chapters. New agent needed to be stopped. There was nothing he could do about new agent himself. He had already had one agent turned muse. That had been risky and foolhardy. Repeating the process would have been outright stupid. There was, however, an alternative. It was still risky, but less so. And that was how new agent's lover had come to rest on the floor of his new creative space. It had been 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks of blessed silence as far as the phone calls went. It had been a waste as far as creativity went. He had started a new novel. The beginning was terrible, but he suffered through hoping he could fix it in the edit. He was 5 chapters in when he accepted what a soulless muddle it was. He started over. He started over again. He scrapped the original idea and tried something different. He acquired a new muse. All in all, he had written tens of thousands of words. Not one of them was worth keeping. He did not know what to write. The muses were failing him. He opened his eyes and stared at the mess he had made. He would have to clean that up soon. This one was worthless. There was no point in keeping it around. He should get rid of it and set about finding a new muse. At least that would give him something to do while he pondered what to write. He had to do something. New agent might not be hounding him, but his publisher or someone else would step in to take his place. Soon they would be hounding them, all of them wanting their book. Their book. Suddenly it hit him. That was the reason none of the muses had been inspiring him. He had lost sight of his vision. He was working for someone else. He needed to sit down and write his book. He jumped to his feet, all fears gone, doubts banished. He looked at the notepad he had been scratching at. He tore the pages from it, thought better of it, let the whole thing fall from his hand. He grabbed a new pad, fresh and full of promise. It carried no blemish of his previous failures. He looked around for his pen. It was buried in the eye socket of the last muse. What remained of the eye was now a burst bubble sitting on its ruined cheek. He pulled it out, but the nib stayed in the skull. He did not want to waste time, so he proclaimed it lost for the moment. He would have to remember to remove it before he disposed of the remains, but that could wait. He needed to get started on his new novel. He could not remember the last time he had been this excited. He practically ran to the kitchen. He returned with a tall glass filled with whiskey, a sharp knife, and a towel. He dropped the pen into the alcohol. He stared impatiently as the clear liquid became cloudy with gore. When he could wait no longer, he pulled it free and dried it on the towel. He fitted it with a brand new nub. He placed it next to the pad of paper. He breathed deeply, savoring the moment. This new novel would be his story. Not just his as opposed to theirs, but his story. He was going to tell his special story, the story of how he had become a literary darling. A story this important required an appropriate muse. The muse would have to be extraordinary. He took the knife in his right hand, placed his left forearm on the table next to the towel, palm up. He drew the blade of the knife along his arm, opening a 2-inch cut. He watched the blood well in the cut. It oozed slowly, then began to run more freely. He placed the towel under it, careful not to spill. He winced, thrilled by the pain when he dipped the pen deep into his arm. And he began to write. Thank you for spending some time with me this weekend. Once again, my name's Michael Cieslak. My website, including my personal blog, They Napalmed My Shrubbery This Morning, can be found at thedragonsroost.net. And we will soon be launching a website specifically for the Dragon's Roost Press at thedragonsroost.biz.
And welcome back to the 2020 virtual Authors Fair hosted by Rochester Writers in the Rochester Hills Public Library. For this segment, we are welcoming Michael Cieslak. Did I get that right, Michael?
Cieslak, but close enough.
Cieslak.
Mm-hmm.
And we just got done hearing and seeing a presentation, a short story that you wrote containing blood and the muse that can come from humans. I imagine that's a bit supernatural for most folks to interpret.
Probably so, yes.
And where did the idea of that story come from?
Well, it was one of the muses that I had locked up in my basement. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually, that one came about when I was having a tremendous bout of writer's block and trying to think, what can I do to get past this? And I just started free writing, and that poured out of me.
Almost literally.
Almost literally.
Do you believe that there is powers in human blood?
Not necessarily. I used to work many years ago in a hospital, and it is amazing all the stuff that blood actually can do, and how careful you have to be around it. But I don't know if I believe that there's anything supernatural about it.
Well, it is certainly life-giving and very important for
Mhm.
us to have, and it carries important things to make us live. So it's fun to imagine that it has more in storytelling.
Exactly. Excuse me.
So tell us about your stories and maybe your most recent work.
The most recent collection that I have, I've got here. See if I can get this on the Oh, drag it across the microphone. Sorry. I back up if this will focus. Oh no. There we go. This came out about a year and a half ago from Source Point Press. It's a collection of short fiction called Urbane Decay, and it covers everything from supernatural and some slightly gory stuff to some funnier sci-fi material as well.
And I imagine all of your work is fiction and leans toward the darker side of life.
I like to call myself a dark speculative fiction writer, because when you tell someone that you write horror, they go, "Ugh," and they back up a little bit. But if you tell them that you write dark speculative fiction, you're like, "Oh, well, what does that entail?" And you can just tell them the general definition of horror, and they're like, "Oh, okay, I'm cool with that."
Do you find that you've always been a horror writer, or did you work your way into that?
I kind of worked my way into it. I started writing mysteries, but I'm definitely not a plotter. And to be a mystery writer, I think you really have to be the kind of person that can sit down and make an outline and know exactly where you're going. I kind of call myself a modified plotter. I'll show my age here a little bit, but if any of the viewers remember the triptychs you used to be able to get from AAA, that would have the maps from your destination, from like your home to the destination, it would show you the route that was probably the best, and you just kind of flip page after page as you go from one landmark to the other. I kind of know where those landmarks are. I know where those beats are, but I don't necessarily have that route in between the two plotted out perfectly. So I know I want to hit this mark, and then I know a little bit later I want to hit this mark. But if I want to take a detour and see the world's largest ball of string, then I can go off on a tangent and come back, just so long as I hit that next beat.
And much like the triptych versus the GPS phone systems that we use now, that keeps you in a certain track. You can't go too far,
right?
Or you don't have the pages for that.
Right. You don't want to go completely off the map, because then you have problems and you're lost.
Okay. And so I imagine the Urbane Decay is a play on words. Can you tell us how you work that into it?
I did not actually. My editor came up with that. I had tossed around some ideas, none of which we really liked, and I got a message at like maybe 2 a.m. It's like, "Hey, how does Urbane Decay sound?" And I'm like, "Oh, that sounds absolutely wonderful. I love that." So I have to give props to author and editor David C. Hayes for that title.
And can you give us a definition then of that made-up word?
I'd like to think that there's a little bit of a gentlemanly side to some of the writing, but there's definitely very dark undertones to everything that's in there.
Okay. And that's your latest book.
Mm-hmm.
When did it come out?
About a year and a half ago.
A year and a half ago. Who are the main characters?
Oh, this is a collection of short stories.
So
this has
how many short stories?
About 20. everything from just shy of novella length to a couple of poems, including a zombie haiku that I was particularly proud of being able to write. Does not pay well. Writing haikus by the word or the line does not pay all that well, but it's something that I could check off the bucket list.
Well, there you go. So it's a collection of 20 some short stories. They all are standalone pieces.
Yes.
Okay. Um, how young were you when you first started writing?
Probably 7 or 8. Somewhere my mom has a large collection of some of my, and we're going to use the air quotes, original works here, which were all, completely derivative of things like The Hobbit or the Raiders of the Lost Ark. And if I ever get famous, she's planning on using them to blackmail me.
Well, I think all parents have some of that material standing by. And I read on your website that you celebrate Halloween, no surprise.
Mhm.
Are your decorations still up at the end of November?
No, they are all down now and back in storage. It's very sad how quickly they come down, given what a long and tedious process it was to put some of them up.
And did I read correctly that you have dragons at the other times of the year?
Yes, we have dragons on the side of the house, through the front of the house. Dragon holds up our mailbox, and we have a dragon table on the patio.
Now, do dragons play an important part in some of your works?
Nothing that's been published. I have a dragon novella that's in serious need of editing, and every once in a while I'll pick it up and look at it and go, no, not quite ready to tackle this now.
So why the fascination with dragons? It's just something you want to get to one day in your work?
It's something that we've always loved, and in terms of our house, our first dog was we had named Kylo, which was Chinese for King of the Dragons, because of the way he used to kind of walk around our feet serpentine like a cat. And everything's kind of gone from there. Dragon's Roost Press is also the name of my publishing company.
Okay, so it's kind of a imagery, branding. It defines partly of who you are as a writer and a publisher.
Exactly.
Excellent, excellent. So what's next on the horizon?
We have, as far as writing goes, I am working on a I just lost the word for it. Choose Your Own Adventure book. But again,
Repeat
this is Choose Your Own Adventure book. If you remember those from, but an adult one, dealing with alien abduction and various cryptozoological creatures. But that again is something that has required a lot of plotting. I've actually downloaded a flowchart program for that, so I know exactly which one this is going, and it's a little uncomfortable working that way, but at the same time, it's kind of nice knowing exactly what the next piece that I'm going to write is going to be.
Now, is this plotting your own or choosing your own path as a reader?
Right.
Is this going to be a print book or an online book?
It'll be print and digital when it finally comes out.
Okay. And for those people that maybe don't remember, didn't have a chance to see them, explain how a Choose Your Own Path adventure book works.
You start out, you'll have maybe a couple of pages of setup, and it will end on a little bit of a mini cliffhanger, and then the reader decides what the main character does next. So you hear a noise outside. Do you go outside to investigate, then turn to page 7? If you just peer through the window, just opening the blinds a crack, turn to page 10. And you're actually able to read the books a couple of times depending on which path you choose and get like totally different endings. The other odd thing about this is writing from that perspective, saying, you do this and then you do that. It's something that you very rarely do as a writer.
And these pick your own journey books are typically geared for what age group?
Usually I remember reading them around the young adult age group.
And yours is going to be different as far as it's going to be an adult version.
It'll probably be anything from like late teens and up. mostly because I can't get away from that little bit of goriness that's going to be thrown in there. So I wouldn't want a small child picking it up. But I'm hoping that it'll be entertaining enough for an adult to read as well.
Okay, so more like young adult to new adult.
Young adult plus.
Gotcha. It sounds fun. When will that be on bookshelves?
Probably not till late next year at the earliest. Doing a lot of editing and publishing projects first that I need to get through before I can tackle some of my fun stuff right now.
And do you have an idea of how many possible stories or outcomes there will be in that book?
Probably upwards of 50 if I include every idea that I have thrown in there. I mean, a lot of them lead to similar endings. Like there's the big bad ending that you get to quite frequently. And then there are a couple of nice happy endings and then some in the middle. But the paths are quite convoluted if you look at the flow charts.
It sounds very interesting. I'm looking forward to that being released. When it comes to all of the supernatural and understanding how blood works and some of the science that you weave into your stories, how much research does that take, and how much of it is true science versus alternative science?
Enough that I am probably on an FBI watch list or two. We always joke. I was pursuing a degree in criminology, and my wife has a master's in forensic nursing. So between my research and the stuff that we've looked up for her online when she was in school, it's a terrifying serial killer mess of a search history.
I can
generally,
imagine.
depending on the story, I mean, if it's something where I've just gone full on into like an urban fantasy, then I don't mind as much playing around with the science. But for the most part, I try to keep it fairly true to the real world, with the exception of whatever I need to change to make things work. And at that point, my feeling is always, as long as it is cohesive within the story, you can kind of make your own physics, make your own rules of science.
When it comes to a particular genre, science fiction or dark speculative, thinking about vampires or werewolves or warp drive or any of these terms that we hear, is there a place to go for authors where you can kind of see, here's what you can say and can't say, so to speak? Like, this is what has been established as facts about those fiction things?
There are some websites that are associated with I know that NASA used to have one, but I haven't seen it recently. But the National Academy of Science used to have some things online too that were not necessarily this is what it's established, but this is how far off of real science this is. So if you want to just kind of be like one standard deviation away from the real world, then you really have to, in terms of like say faster than light speed travel, if you want it to be sort of kind of closer to the real world, you need to think about time dilation. You need to think about the fact that the people who are traveling close to light speed are going to age 5 years, while the people back on the planet they left from may age 100 years, depending on how far the travel goes. But if you want to go another standard deviation away from that and get something where you're actually going faster than light speed, a warp speed or a hyperspace or something like that, then you can throw away that age portion of it, because now you're moving in a way that we can't move in real life.
Interesting. I've always wanted to tackle some of those topics, but I want to make sure that the readers would follow along, saying, "Oh, that's not how it works." You can't make an envelope in space and travel through it like that. Some of those tech terms that a lot of readers are extremely passionate about. So I'm glad to hear that there are resources out there. Let's finish up by saying, where can people get your books or find out more about you?
If you look me up on Amazon, I have a author's page there and one on Goodreads. You can go to the dragonsroost.net is my personal website, and that will have links to everything that I've written and a blog where I just kind of vomit out whatever's on my mind that day in a rant. And we have just launched the dragonsroost.biz, which has all of the books that we have published available as digital downloads. Those are also available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble.
Excellent, excellent. So Michael Cieslak, did I get it
Yes.
right this time? Michael Cieslak, thank you for joining us today for the 2020 Author Fair, our second annual, hosted by Rochester Writers in the Rochester Hills Public Library. We'll have more from other authors coming up soon. And welcome back to the 2020 Author Fair, our second annual, held through the Rochester Hills Public Library and Rochester Writers. Again, my name is Michael Dwyer, and joining us for this author segment is Suzanne Lipshaw. Suzanne, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And so you have a book out. I love the title, especially as we are working our way through a very unique year and a unique election year. But this is really fun when it comes to election. It's called I Campaigned for Ice Cream, and a boy's quest for ice cream trucks. Tell us about it.
Well, give you a little peek of the book. And yeah, it's a true story about a 9-year-old boy who just happens to be my son, who wondered why ice cream trucks never rolled down the streets of our neighborhood in West Bloomfield. And he questioned it, and I knew it was not allowed, but I had no idea why. And I said to him, why don't we investigate and find out what's going on? And when he did, he found out that it was illegal to have ice cream trucks in West Bloomfield due to an antiquated peddler's law. He didn't think that was fair, and he called the township to find out what he could do about it, and that started his campaign for ice cream trucks.
And so then you've put it all into a picture book. And what age group is this book for?
It really works best for 2nd to 5th graders. K through 2 enjoy hearing it, but it's got some heavier vocabulary in it. I'm also a teacher, so I worked really hard to get some Common Core concepts in for social studies and that kind of thing. There's a glossary in the back of the book that explains some of the harder terms. But I've done presentations at schools for K2 and 2-5.
Okay.
Feedback is that, for 2-5, the book really hits a lot of the key items that they are interested in and that they have knowledge of.
Will adults get something out of this when they read it with their children?
Absolutely. I mean, anyone, like you were saying, this is a crazy time right now. And we are all learning, no matter what side of the fence you're on, how important it is that your voice gets heard. And that's exactly what Josh did. And we're also learning that things just don't happen quickly. You have to work hard and you have to persevere. And that's also what Josh did. So there's lessons in it for kids of all ages.
So it's not a matter of which flavor ice cream you get from the ice cream truck. It's just the ability to order ice cream from the ice cream truck.
Exactly. And then all of us have incredible memories of ice cream trucks, and my husband and I did. And it just seemed like such a shame that our neighborhood wasn't able to experience that. And, being able to share that with all of West Bloomfield has been incredible.
So was it a neighborhood thing or a citywide thing?
Citywide. So he had to go to town hall, and he had to initially write a letter to town hall asking to be put on an agenda just to bring the idea of changing the law up. He went with a bunch of friends and gathered them up, and they went door to door and got petition signatures. Then he took all of that to the board, presented his case, and there was a series of 3 meetings before they actually could vote on the final decision.
Okay, and do we not want to give away the ending of the book on whether it was an ice cream day or a quiet day?
We probably don't, but I think I already kind of gave it away, some of the stuff I was saying. So yes, it was a
Okay.
sweet success. So
That's a good way of putting it. So I imagine that that would open up the doors for a lot of different ice cream trucks because there's different businesses. I know that in my neighborhood, I have at least 2, maybe 3 different companies that drive through. And so I think that I had never thought about what if they weren't allowed to come. And that had never been a thought in my mind. I thought it was just they could do it. But
right.
so besides the fun of ice cream, because ice cream is fun, it's also quite a learning experience or teaching book on how the process works locally, politically.
Absolutely. There's a lot of civic lessons in there. West Bloomfield happened to be a township with a board of supervisors, but it's very similar to having, a mayor with a city council. And the procedures that are talked about in the book about meetings and how the votes are taken are really common in civic government. It's great to use for teachers for persuasive writing, opinion writing. It's also a wonderful book for leadership. I actually work at a school that is a Leader in Me school, which is related to Franklin Covey's 7 Habits for Highly Effective People. And it fits in fantastically with the habits that we teach on what you need to do to be a strong leader. And, the view is that a leader, Josh was the leader in the way that we think of a leader, that he's leading his friends to do this. But leaders have to have certain skills. And Josh was always a quiet kid, but the skills that he was able to develop and use have been priceless to him in his entire life. In fact, he's 28 now. So it's happened quite a while.
I was going to ask that. So he started this campaign for ice cream when he was 9?
Correct.
And he's 28 now. How long did it take? What was he, maybe 10 by the time a decision had been made?
It was 9 months. So yeah, he had turned 10 by the time a decision was made and the first ice cream truck actually rolled down our street. So,
and all the rules that he helped to change maybe are still in effect?
They are still in effect. And what's crazy is this happens constantly. In fact, just 3 days ago, I talked to somebody that I hadn't talked to in a while, and she said, we were just thinking about you. I was telling somebody how it's because of your son that we still get ice cream trucks coming through West Bloomfield, and they just came by the other day, and we got to enjoy it. And so Josh is kind of a little local hero in the city of West Bloomfield.
I can imagine. Now, has he gone on to do anything else like that as an adult with working with municipalities or legislation?
He has not. He's actually a space engineer. So he followed another passion of his that actually dates back to when he was in 4th grade. He's always wanted to work on rocket ships and satellites. But again, all the skills that he learned, a big part of his job is persuading companies to go with his company, to engineer the satellites. And that persuasion that he learned back when he was 9 is what he uses a lot of those same skills now at 28.
I was going to say most people's dealing with the political wheels can leave a bad taste in your mouth. And fortunately, now you can get ice cream to get rid of that bad taste.
Absolutely. I like how you put that.
So what's next on the horizon? You've got another book in the works?
I have a book that is coming out in October 2022 with a small publisher called Doodle and Peck out in Oklahoma. It is Mighty Mahi is the working title. I don't know what the finished title is going to be at this point in time. It's also a nonfiction book. about a turtle that I'm also a teacher, and that my class had adopted, and it's the story of the turtle and its rehabilitation. Along with that, I am participating in a mentorship right now with SCBWI Michigan. I won a mentorship with Patty Newman, and she is working with me on a book that happens to be about a satellite that Josh, he didn't work on in college, but it is the same kind of satellites that Josh worked in college that are the size of the 1,000 cube that kids use in math class. So just about 10 centimeters cubed. And it's the story of the voyage of one of those CubeSats, and how the message being how something mini can really make a mighty difference.
Excellent. Now, I imagine that as a teacher, you see a lot of need for fresh content and fresh books with new perspectives. Is that one reason that you found yourself writing that first book and now a second book, or did it all just happen by chance?
No, I've always wanted to be a writer, but it never occurred to me to write nonfiction. When I teach, because of the Common Core, I teach special ed students, so I teach developing readers, and I really wanted to get them motivated to learn to read and to get excited about reading. So when Common Core came about, we had to read a lot more nonfiction, and I started creating a year-long science theme that my students would learn under. So this year we're working on oceanography. And when I started writing this book, I started it as a fiction book, and it just wasn't working. It was going to be a middle grade book, and I couldn't expand it the way I wanted. And then I started thinking, I love to teach nonfiction, and I love to teach through nonfiction picture books. Why don't I try writing this as a nonfiction picture book? And when I switched it, that's when I really felt that it was working. And that's when I started to send it out to publishers and decided that that was my niche. And it's great because the two really go hand in hand, the way I teach now and the way I write. So it just seems like it was really meant to be.
Now, is nonfiction picture books just as popular as fiction picture books? Do you know the ratio?
I don't know the ratio, but it is growing quite rapidly. And publishers are really looking for nonfiction picture books. And what's cool about nonfiction picture books is they're not the nonfiction picture books that we remember as adults, that were just kind of facts stated. There's actually 5 different kinds of nonfiction. Melissa Stewart, she's a wonderful author. She talks about different kinds of nonfiction. There's expository, which is more what we are used to, but that's presented in a much more fun way now. Mine is a narrative, and then there's several other types of nonfiction. So it's really making a big splash in the children's market these days.
Now, you mentioned the organization. Let me see if I get the acronym right. SCBWI.
Yeah, sorry,
the right order.
Knows what that is.
Yeah, could you tell us who that is and who's it for?
So it's the Society of Children Book Writers and Illustrators. It's an international organization that most writers who write for children belong to. What's fabulous is not only do we have the national organization that promotes children's authors and does conferences and workshops, incredible amount of learning experiences. There's one that's Michigan-based, so every state has one based in their state. And then there's also local chapters that we are able to go to different shop talks to learn different skills and stuff periodically. So it's been an incredible resource, and it's really because of SCBWI that I learned how to truly be a children's writer. I thought I knew a lot more than I actually did. And once I got started, I realized there was a lot to learn.
Well, I think all organizations are valuable if you know how to get the information from them and to use the organization. I've heard wonderful things about the SCBWI group, and everyone says that belonging to that, if that's your genre, is definitely a benefit.
Yeah, I think it's a must.
And did you join before or after your first book?
I joined definitely before my first book. I never would have had the success I had it not been for SCBWI. I had to learn a lot, and I had to take the time to do that.
Excellent. What tips and advice do you have for people that may be interested in doing what you've done, besides joining this organization, who wants to write a nonfiction picture book?
You have to read a ton of nonfiction picture books, and you want to read current nonfiction picture books because, as I said, the genre has changed quite a bit over the course of even just 10 years. There's fabulous biography picture books out there to read. And by reading, you can get a feel for what is actually on the market and what publishers are looking for. I also suggest taking different webinars. There's so much offered. Surprisingly, there's something called nicknamed like author Twitter. And if you get on Twitter and you start following authors and agents, you start learning about webinars. A lot of them are free. I've taken so many. Also taken some amazing courses through Rochester Writers. I've been to a couple of those conferences and learned a lot from that too. So it's really just like any other job. You have to train, you have to work, and then of course you have to practice. You have to write as much as you can, and realize that anything you write, don't get rid of it, because it may not be what you need right now, but you may want to pull it out for something else. So practice,
That's
practice,
very good.
practice, read.
Very, very good advice. Now, why don't we close with you telling everyone where they can go for more information, and if they want to purchase your book, how do they do that?
I have a website. It's SJL, which are the initials of my author name, at SuzanneJacobsLipshaw.com. You can find the book at Barnes & Noble online, Amazon online, through my publisher, Warren Publishing, and you can also find it through Target online, and at a lot of different libraries. So you can look at the libraries. There's several around the area that also carry the book, and if they don't, please feel free to request. And Rochester Library.
Great. Well, thank you so much for sharing some time with us and the story of writing your book, and best wishes for more books from you. And we look forward to more authors here. We thank you to Suzanne Lipshaw for joining us today. We've got more on the second annual Authors Fair.
Story time with Fergie and friends.
Okay. No. We must do it the right way round. Yes. Hello? Oh no, hello. Why can I hear my voice? Tick, 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 tick. I hope that's not my heartbeat. Hello everybody, girls and boys. Yes, it is surgery on a Sunday. Lovely to see you. Eyes on. Ready? Yes. Injections ready. Oh, yes. And I say, yeah. Tweezers. What else have we got? Oh, we've got loads of things. Now, are we ready? Surgery on Sunday by Kat Harrison and illustrated by Shane Crampton. Well done. How lovely. Off we go. To Sarah, thank you for all the stories like mine. I hope you love it, Kat. Oh, well, that's very kind of you. Hello, Kat. We love your stories and we're so grateful to you. By Kat Harrison, illustrated by Shane Crampton. Thank you so much. Yes, we're very excited. Surgery on Sunday. Hi, I'm Sunday. Tomorrow I'm having surgery for the very first time. I'm feeling all kinds of nervous. So I might not sleep more than a miracle minute tonight. No, I know. Oh dear, this is rule number 1. No eating or drinking after midnight. Boo. No midnight snacks for me. Is my hospital bag packed? Check. by BFF Octavia the Octopus. Hello, Octavia. Yes, check. She's here. Hold on. Tick, 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 tick. She's got lots of legs. Yes. Right, eyes wide open. Yes, stomach in. Knots like triple tied shoelace. Check. Oh dear. Cat, what's going to happen to Sunday? Today, my doctor will fix a tiny tear in my eardrum. It's as small as a grain of rice. He said at my appointment a few weeks ago, patching it up will make you hear better. Think of it like fixing a hole in your jeans. Well, that is a very good point. And my parents tell me to wear a brave face, but I'm not sure what that looks like. But now I understand. When we first walk in, the hospital smells like a cafeteria. That's just been wiped down. This bracelet is the hospital's way of making sure you don't get lost. Next, a nurse wakes me, changes me into a worn-down gown and grey, grippy socks. Do they itch? Not even the grown-ups get to wear real clothes in the operating room, she says. Rule number 2, the hospital gown may not have a back, but you get to keep the socks. Great. Now it's time to start my IV. This is where we put the medicine that helps you sleep. The medicine will go into your hand, into your body through a tiny tube in your hand. Oh, gulp. The needle looks scary, but my dad throws me a thumbs up and I take a big deep breath. Can you make a fist for me? The nurse asks. I tuck my fingers in and then stretch them out. Tuck and stretch. She tic-taps my hand like a drum. I picture my veins popping out like fire-breathing dragons. Yes, how very clever. I can't find a good one, the nurse says. I scrunch my eyes and hold my breath and wonder what makes a vein. Yes, looks like loads of octopuses that make a vein. She runs my arm under warm water and wraps me in a hot towel to help my veins come out of hiding. I feel like a mummy and my stomach does a big cannonball. Rule number 3, a pep talk goes a long way. You can do it, little guys. The nurse slips the needle under my skin and with a quick pinch and a little poke, it's not so bad. There's only a little bit of blood and I feel so brave. The doctor visits my bed on wheels before surgery. He makes a purple X on my right ear with a marker. I don't want to forget which side of you we're healing. Good point, doctor. Whenever I'm anxious, my mum tells me to dream of faraway places, like the tippy tops of giant jungle trees and the rocky bottoms of blue-green oceans. Today I imagine dry dunes of desert sand. Yes, because then we can make a sandcastle. Another nurse arrives to push my bed into surgery. I love you, Mum. I love you, Dad. We all high five as my bed gets rolled down the hallway. We'll see you when you wake up, Sonny, says Dad. We'll be in the waiting room the entire time, says Mum. Welcome to the operating room, Miss Sunday, a nurse says. Everything is white and bright, and I hear machines going beep, 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 in different tones. My stomach feels like a butterfly garden. Will it be over soon? Sunday, can you count down from 10 for me? Asked the anesthesiologist. That's the person who helps you fall asleep for surgery. 10, 9, zzz, and I'm out like a light. When I wake up, all I see are blurry faces. Would you like ice chips or juice? Asked the nurse. I choose ice chips because I like the cold against my tongue. I don't feel like myself today. I only spend one night recovering in the hospital, but it's tricky to sleep all squished and squashed in the bed like a roly-poly. I watch a movie to make the time tick by. Rule number 4, bring something to keep you busy. Dad's having a little kick here, don't you think? The day after surgery, I get to go home. I feel like someone filled my body with wet sand. Even my eyelids feel heavy. And neighbours cook homemade spaghetti and friends bring posters with funny jokes and doodles of sky-high ice cream Sundays to cheer me up. At my next appointment, the doctor says the hole in my eardrum has healed. Yippee! And in a couple of weeks, I start to feel like myself again. I can even hear the rumble, rumble, tumble of trains and the chit-chat of cicadas. Rule number 5, you'll get through this. Now, I know what it looks like to be brave, but brave looks a little bit like me. Sundays, unofficial rules of surgery. No eating or drinking after midnight on the night before surgery. Boo! Shush, here's a secret. The hospital gown may not have a back, so your bottom may get chilly, but as a bonus you keep the socks. A pep talk goes a long way, even for your veins. And if you have to spend the night at the hospital, bring something to keep you busy. You'll get through this. Look in the mirror. You are so brave. So well done, anyone that's going into surgery. And I'm going to really say to Kat, you've done a great job. And so Shane Crampton in telling everybody that it's not quite so frightening after all, is it? Thank you so much, Kat. What a lovely book, and well done, Shane. Well done, Sunday.
With Fergie and friends, with Fergie and friends.
Welcome back to the 2020 Virtual Authors Fair. It's the second annual, hosted by Rochester Writers and the Rochester Hills Public Library. My name is Michael Dwyer, and the author joining us now is Kat Harrison. Hey, Kat, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks so much for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you here, and what a fun video. The Duchess of York reading your book, and that's Sarah Ferguson over there in England.
Yes.
How did she come to have your book and want to share it?
It's kind of the power of Instagram, because my book released during COVID, all of my traditional marketing opportunities have been gone. Haven't been able to do school visits. My launch party was canceled. So when it came out in the spring, I actually sent my book to a bunch of book bloggers and book Instagrammers. And one of them lives in Australia and has quite a big account. And the Duchess's office contacted her, said, "Can you recommend 3 books?" And mine was one of them.
Well, that's fantastic. And it's your first and only book so far?
Correct, yes.
And it parallels some of your own experiences as a young woman. So the name of the book is Surgery on Sunday, Sunday being the character. You've had 14 surgeries, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Do you want to tell us anything about that?
Sure. So a lot of my life is taken up by my health. I have several chronic illnesses and I'm also disabled. Growing up, I had a lot of different ear surgeries, which was kind of the inspiration for Sunday. But a lot of what I do now in my professional life and in my personal life is advocate for illness and try and normalize that conversation. So her story is very much my story, though, of course, it's a tale of fiction as well.
Well, it's nice that you're able to take something from your own life, as we often do as writers, and create a story out of it. Who is this book for? I imagine maybe young people going through what you went through.
Yeah, definitely. I always say that I wrote it for young me. So when I think about myself at the library as a child, and I went to the shelves and I was spending a lot more time in hospitals than my peers, I just felt very disconnected. I mean, I saw books about the human body, but I never saw anything about hospitals. There were certain books, Clifford Goes to the Hospital, Curious George Goes to the Hospital, but they gloss over everything. So yes, I really wrote this for kids who are having, especially their very first surgery, but I've actually gotten a lot of feedback about parents using it if they have to go into surgery. My surgeon actually uses it to explain to his kids what he does for a living. So I've heard there be a variety of other uses for it, especially in a time when health is on the tip of everyone's tongue. So that's been kind of exciting for me.
Sure. And well, when did your book come out?
It came out in the end of March of this year.
Okay, so it hit when the pandemic hit, really.
It sure did. Yeah, my launch party was supposed to be 2 weeks into April. So it all happened, and what's funny is that I couldn't get most local media to even cover the book because everyone was so in tune with writing about COVID, and even now it's still been kind of difficult. So the Duchess of York thing is kind of funny to me. I just skipped in that direction.
Yeah, that's an exciting way to go about it. And, clearly the way that we're presenting our authors fair this year virtually, we've all learned to adapt and try new things. So that's opened up some doors for you while other doors had closed. Have you found some other unique marketing ways to let people know about your book being released?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I actually work for The Mighty, which is a digital health community for people living with chronic illness and mental illness and disability. And so I've done a lot with them. I've been able to write a newsletter, and I did a live storytelling online through our Facebook. But really, Instagram has really been where I've done the majority of my marketing. Bookstagram there are a ton of bloggers out there who are writing about picture books. And what's really great is that they show such great pictures. They typically put props around it. So they create better pictures than I probably could have. So that's been unique. But I've never actually read the book in public, which is kind of hard to think considering it came out 8 months ago.
Well, when you have someone like the Duchess of York reading it for you, I guess that's pretty good endorsement.
It is.
But I'm sure when things come back to a more normal state where we're doing in-person events, that there'll be a chance for you to read in public. So we've mentioned some of the tools that have kind of presented themselves during this pandemic. How do you feel the book is doing, and is it doing as well as it should, or is it doing better right now?
That's a hard question to answer. So if you would have asked me that 4 months ago, I probably would have said it was definitely doing worse than we expected. But now I would say it's actually in a way surpassing my expectations. Typically, you hear about debut books coming out, and that's when all the fire and all the media happens, and then it kind of disappears into the background. But what's really worked in my favor is that now, even though schools are virtual and back in session, and libraries are also starting to kind of have a little bit more in-person foot traffic, they're actually starting to order the book now. No one cared about that at the end of last year. I think something that's also been difficult for me is just the reality that hospitals and doctors' offices are not looking to bring in kind of any outside materials that are not essential. So that was really a place where I hoped my book would be, but it's an evergreen topic. It's not about COVID, it's just about a surgery, which will pretty much always be around. So I have faith that next year, hopefully, I'll be able to see it start kind of appearing in hospital gift shops and that. But some really cool things have come out of it, so I can't be too mad.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful opportunity, and we should be able to get some perks out of the 2020 year. But yeah, going into next year, I think you'll be able to return to a lot of the traditional ways of marketing a book. Speaking about the future, will we have another book on the horizon?
Great question. So yes, I have several in the works, none that officially will be published yet, but I have a couple out with editors and agents. I pretty much write about health, mental health. So the next one that I'm hoping comes into the universe is one about migraines. I've actually had a migraine every day for 17 years. So that's also a very large part of my health story that you just don't see kids or picture books about that at all. And migraine is actually one of the most common conditions out there, but there's nothing on it for kids. So hoping to kind of break that wall down.
That's tough, and congratulations for living your life with chronic illness.
Thanks.
I know I get frustrated. I'm sure you do too. And you hear someone casually said, "Oh, I've got a migraine. I've got to go home." It's probably not what you experience.
It's not. There's so much more disabling than I think people realize. It is considered an actual disability. I mean, I have sometimes 4 or 5 days in a row where I can't even get out of bed. Actually, 4 years ago, I had to stop working full-time completely. And I really never truly think I'll be able to work full-time in an office, which right now, no one's working full-time in an office, really. But I just don't think I can do it. My body really just shuts down. But because I can work from home and I have found a job that's very flexible, I'm able to do a lot more things than I ever could have imagined. But yes, there's a lot of frustrations with the general public in terms of how they talk about migraine, which is, again, just something I think the more we talk about things, the more they become normalized. And I found that a lot of people just say things because they just don't know better. So I kind of usually
Right.
take that as
Yeah,
my opportunity.
I forgive them in that sense, but does it become easier on you every year that you live with chronic illness, or what becomes easier, and then what new challenges might present themselves?
That's a really amazing question. People don't believe me, but it does get easier to live in constant pain. I actually don't know what it's like to not live with chronic pain. I mean, 17 years is a very, very long time to wake up every day and be in pain. So that I've kind of normalized, and I don't get so upset or agitated when my pain really spikes. I think what's really difficult for me is constantly accepting my new normal. Even now, I have days where like even just going grocery shopping wipes me out for an entire week. And I think having to learn my limits over and over again, it kind of is like you grieve yourself. And I very much remember what I was like before 17 years ago, and I was able to do so much more stuff and travel. And that's just not possible for me right now, or maybe not even anymore. I just don't know. So that's very difficult, but you do get used to it, and you kind of figure out like what joy looks for you and what happiness looks like for you. And that's really where writing plays a huge part in my life as an outlet.
No, the books that you have that you're working on coming out, are they going to be focused around some health issues as well? Or are they going to be different, a little bit of everything?
So the migraine one is definitely specific to migraine, but I'm working on a few other ones more about emotions. And that is something I really tried to convey in Surgery on Sunday. And actually, I'm very excited. I heard that a library had shelved it underneath the courage section, which makes me just really excited because I wanted that to be something that came across. But I'm working on a project right now about teaching not teaching. I don't like that idea of picture books teaching, but more about explaining the fact that you can hold two emotions at one time, that you don't have to be purely angry and purely sad. You can be a little bit of both. You can be happy and also angry. So that's another project I'm working on, just a concept right now.
Well, that's great. Will be sequels to Surgery on Sunday?
I don't think so. I really see Sunday's story as a one-off, though she is quite lovely, and I would love to write more things in her voice.
Well, maybe she will do something else in the future than have surgery.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe it'll be what happens after that. Maybe she'll have another health issue. Who knows?
Where can people go to find your book and find out more about you?
Great. So everything is on my website. So my website is Kat Writes For You. So my first name, KAT, writesforyou.com. It has all the purchasing options. I also sell signed copies through my online shop, and it has more things that I've worked with, foundations like American Migraine Foundation and things like that. So I have videos and other articles and essays on my website.
And how would you like to leave it with the audience? I think you have a unique story, and it's amazing to me how positive and vibrant you are by telling us about the chronic issues you've had. I think you're an inspiration. Can you give the listeners today some inspiration?
Thank you. Thank you so much. My biggest thing in life is that you never know what someone else is going through. When you look at me, you never see someone that's disabled. You never see someone that's in constant pain unless I'm having a really, really bad day. Then you can see it on my face. So I just think, especially in today's climate, the way it is just going through life, understanding that people are facing battles that you have no idea what they're going through, and to always just keep that in mind when you're interacting and going about your life.
So maybe just a hint to be more compassionate and nice in general.
In general, yeah. And I think also specifically about health issues, physical health especially affects all aspects. And I think a lot of people don't even realize that. It affects the way, I feel mentally, it affects my self-esteem, it affects my relationships. So I think understanding that it's not just that my body feels bad, but it makes a lot of things in my life, a little bit harder to deal with. But compassion and empathy go a very long way.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Kat Harrison, for joining us today during the 2020 Authors Fair. Her book is Surgery on Sunday, and we'll have more with more authors coming up soon. So we just saw your, would that be called a book trailer?
Yeah, our book promo video, which is out on our website right now, as well as on YouTube.
Well, that's wonderful. I want to tell everyone that we are participating in the 2020 virtual author fair held at the Rochester Hills Public Library and hosted with Rochester Writers. My name is Michael Dwyer, and the author joining us now is Eric Bean. Eric, tell us about the video and the book.
Well, so I'm the co-author. The main author is Emily Wazak, and she and I had worked on several curriculum development books over the years, namely social media writing lesson plans. So my son passed away in the summer of 2018. He was 17 years old. He was diagnosed with autism. He had other diagnoses such as psychosis. But for the most part, like a lot of other kids his age, if you spoke to him, you could carry on a great conversation with him. And but yet his disease got the better of him. And it was about a year later, still trying to get on my feet somehow. And Emily and I would meet, as we often have as two writers. And we were thinking about doing my son's biography. And we thought that might take, way too long. And she said to me, how about we do a children's book? And I had never written a children's book. She had experience in that genre. And then she said to me, how about we write a children's book about mental health? And a rhyming one at that. And I thought, Emily, can we really do that? Can we really pull all of that together? And then over the summer of 2019, we brought in a wonderful, amazingly talented paper cutter illustrator named Gail Gorski, and then a friend of mine as well to help do the editing, Sherry Wexler. And together over the next 6 months, we came up with what we call the first children's mental health primer. And the topics of the book are basically those that we felt that my son Ethan had endured, mainly inclusion at school and problems with isolation associated with the internet. And that's how the book premise began to form.
Okay. Well, my condolences for your loss. It's got to be a tough thing to work through as a parent. And I hope that
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, it's as a matter of fact, originally, the book project was one where, obviously it helped me get on my feet because I'm so passionate about books, having written several curriculum development books over the years and things like that. So, but I didn't want it to just be about me, in my own mental health. I wanted it to have a bigger message. And so that's why all four of us got together to really shape this book. And there just simply isn't anything out there as far as the contents of the book. If you look behind me, you can see that there's circles. And these circles are what we call the circles of influences. The train, which was my son's favorite mode of transportation, we called the 403 Express. And Michael, that 403 you see behind me, that was his birthday, April 3rd. And the circle of influences start off when we turn to the first page of the book. It's a picture book for children, K through grades 5. The train comes through the town and begins with family. And then it moves through friends, school, the community, faith, and of course, the media as well, because all of those are the influences in our lives. And I often think of that very famous saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And the purpose of the book is to remind everybody that we all have to do our part. And we have to let children know that they're not alone with their feelings on a day-to-day basis. And the book gives suggestions on who kids can talk to when they're feeling blue and isolated.
Well, I think it's important to to certainly bring to light that children have incredible feelings. It's probably something that they're more in touch with before other things such as language and communication and opinions. And I know from my perspective, when I try to think back to when I was a child, I have a very tough time trying to remember my emotions and my feelings back then. So I think that it is a something we have to remind ourselves of, and how do we do that as an adult to understand feelings and emotions of children?
Well, so what we did is my wife is an LMSW, and Sherry Wexler, who's the editor of the book too. We kind of got together and we thought that it would be better if we showed children, supporting one another on the train ride. And so that effectively, is what we did. We showed different scenes of children helping each other. For example, if you look behind me now, you should be able to see those are the circle of influences. Behind me, this is the train itself. You can see it's very whimsical, very creative, all done on a paper. And so by the time the train pulls in and the first child comes on board, there are several children who come on board, and my daughter, my 22-year-old daughter, had named the children. And they gather around the train, they get ready for the exciting train ride, and then they share with each other some of their feelings. Some of them, look proud on the outside, but their feelings may say otherwise, on the inside. And so, here's an example of a child who plays basketball. Here's an example of a child who is happy one day, sad another day, and she may be experiencing initial symptoms of bipolar. But many psychologists, they don't like to label children at that age. It's very difficult to formulate a diagnosis. But we just wanted children to make sure that they understood that they weren't alone. Whether it's at school, on the playground, or if they're working on a math problem and they're struggling, that they have support. And they can learn to support one another too. And they shouldn't be ashamed of their feelings at all. And so we even, have one illustration where a young girl is unable to walk. She's wheelchair bound, and she'd like nothing more than to be able to play on the playground. And but with the help of her friends, she could at least feel that she got outside, she enjoyed the sunshine, and enjoyed the day. And the journey continues on. We've got a really good, diverse mix of passengers out to support each other. Some of the passengers are scared on the ride. This passenger needs some support. Here's a passenger, they're playing cards and they're being bullied, and they're learning how to ignore the bullies. And sometimes that's the best thing we need to do, is ignore the bullies. And then this scene, Michael, here is this is a young girl who she has ants in her pants. She can't stop moving around. She'd love to pay attention in the class, but she just doesn't know how to settle herself down. And so the kids, come to her rescue. And then this scene here, which Gail, the illustrator, did in her family room, she actually blew real bubbles. You could actually see the reflection of her windows in the bubbles there. This scene depicts some of the people that the kids can go and talk to. A police officer, a rabbi, a priest, a fireman, a counselor, a teacher, and they shouldn't be ashamed of their feelings. And they may not even know why they're happy or sad themselves. And so the book, takes the kids, through this journey, and also reminds them, talk to your mom or dad. If it's not tattling, but tell your mom or dad if there's a problem. If a friend is feeling blue, maybe they can help. And then the book takes a striking turn where it reaches a bump in the track. And this is the dark web. And we need to warn children what the dark web is, how parts of the internet, not all parts, the internet has a wonderful, wonderful opportunities for children, but it also has a dark side. And we need to warn them about that dark side. And this is the bump in the track. And not everything you read online is true. And so you need to work with a parent and understand, especially today, with all these algorithms that are out there that are serving up information, sometimes the kids don't know what the truth is. And so, this is the overall lesson, that we need to get the entire community. All these train cars represent those circles of influence. And then by the time we reach the end of the story, we actually have the rules, that we want the kids to follow on the story. And that's what Ethan's Healthy Mind Express is all about. And this is a picture of my son that was taken really about 2 weeks prior to his death in August of 2018, when we had visited the Upper Peninsula.
It's an amazing picture. You look so happy and alive, and I think that it kind of closes off that whole segment that you just mentioned, is that we do have to have resources and places to go, as well, children and adults alike, to share our thoughts and our feelings and our emotions. And as an adult, I might not get it as much as an academic or a school teacher or someone that has more experience with it. But we all know that, and I love the train tracks going off with the bump about the dark web, is that, that's reminiscent of life, right? Life is amazing, yet there's scary parts, and emotions and feelings are amazing. There's some scary ones.
Well, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I mean, Michael, the bottom line is that, when I think of the advent of television in the 1950s and 60s, when we were putting the book together, some people had said to us, aren't the kids too young to learn about the dark web? Aren't they too young? And I did some research, and I found out that on the Mr. Rogers show in 1968, he did a whole episode devoted to the word assassination, the whole episode. And so I said to our team, I said, if Mr. Rogers on PBS can do a whole episode devoted to assassination, we can include a couple of pages in the book about the dark web, because kids have to know, when these kids, get on their cell phones, when they download a game, we don't know necessarily where that game comes from and what kind of information that game is tracking. And that's just one example of the dark web. Parents do their best. They want their kids to be safe. They, a lot of them might not even allow their kids to use a phone. That's great. But I've seen many children who are even in 4th and 5th grade who have access to a smartphone. And so, we wanted to incorporate that into the book, because
it sounds like you've done a really nice job.
Yeah, there's not too many people out there right now. There's no required curriculum right now in the elementary schools for that, to teach this stuff. So we hope.
How long has your book been out?
So it was published on November 23rd, 2019. What we did is we wanted it to correspond to National Suicide Survivors Day. And that was our goal. And so we published it and put it out on Amazon as a paperback, 8.5 by 8.5, as well as a Kindle version. And then in April of 2020, we came up with a beautiful 10 by 10, archive quality hardcover book. And we've also won several awards since then. We've won the Purple Dragon Children's Book Award. This was we were a finalist in 3 categories with the Purple Dragon. and that's presented by Story Monsters Inc., as well as an International Book Award for illustrations for the finalists in 2020 as well. So Publishers Weekly, their Book Life division, compared our book to two quite strikingly very famous books on depression, which are geared towards children and young people too. So we're very humbled that we're able to receive those accolades.
What kind of feedback are you getting from people that are reading the book and using the book right now?
Yeah, so parents as well as teachers really like the book. It's a really good tool to read with their children, and that's what we recommend. We recommend that a teacher or a parent read the book. Children absolutely love the illustrations. They're simply captivated by the illustrations right now. That's the message that we're getting, so some of the reviews, out on Amazon, from a variety of different people who've purchased the book have indicated that their child has indicated it's one of their favorite books. And the parents themselves have indicated it's one of their favorite books to sit down with their children, because it is such a very important topic. And so right now, the pandemic, like all things, got in the way. We wanted to get mass distribution across the country through Baker and Taylor. Our book is sitting somewhere on their New York office. We haven't been able to get through there, but yet it is widely available. I will, as well as Emily, we're scheduled to present at the Jewish Book Fair. We're one of the pre-book fair workshops, if you will. It's going to be a webinar on November 30th, the evening before it actually begins, and we'll be there speaking with a psychologist about how the book came together as well. So we're getting some mileage. We're very grateful. The Rochester Book Fair has come along, and we're waiting to see. I like to think in my heart that my son is driving this whole show, because I don't think I would have ever have co-authored a children's book, if Ethan never passed away. And quite frankly, in the last 3 weeks, I did a career change. I used to be in higher education, and I somehow got a very good opportunity, and I'm now an elementary school teacher. And so I don't know if that's my son telling me to try to help more children or not, but I'm going with the flow right now and just seeing where it all goes.
Well, that's wonderful, and I wish you the best of luck. Do you want to close with telling folks where they can go to get more information or to purchase the book?
Sure. Well, the book is available on Amazon.com. All you have to do is search for Ethan's Healthy Mind Express. You could also visit my son's, our foundation, our nonprofit website that we started a year ago at ethanbean.org. We also recently registered a brand new assumed name. And so you'll be able to use the URL healthymindexpress.org. But either way, you can get to it from ethanbean.org if you want to order the hardcover directly from us. And it goes to a good cause because it goes towards our foundation. You can also get it on Amazon, as well as the ebook, the Kindle version of it on Amazon as well.
Wonderful. So check out your website and all the usual places. The name of the book is Ethan's Healthy Mind Express, and co-authored by father of Ethan, Eric Bean. Eric, thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to have more with more authors on the 2020 Author Fair.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Greatly appreciate it.
I am the great horned owl. Some people call me the tiger of the sky. Julia's grandmother says I might even be a messenger from the stars. These days, stars are falling from the sky, and some people have the disappearing disease, including Julia's grandmother. Everyone wants stardust for its healing powers, but not Julia. She wants an actual healing star. Do you think she'll catch one? Let's find out as we read from The Healing Star by A. Kidd. We'll begin where Julia is on Blackberry Hill with her dog Petey, waiting for the star to fall so she can try to catch it. A strange popping sound startled Pete from his dream. He whimpered but then went back to sleep. Julia looked towards the sky. Something flickered. It could be an aircraft or maybe a UFO. She smiled as she thought of JG's mother and her wild theories about aliens. Another flicker, like a tiny light bulb flashing on a Christmas tree. She wanted to reach out and grab it, but she knew that's not how it worked. Was this the star she'd been waiting for? The star that would make Grandmoo well? She said a silent prayer to Asteria, goddess of falling stars, and then continued to watch and wait. Watch and wait. Watch and bam! The sound was loud like a firecracker or a gun. Julia peered into the bushes looking for signs of the catchers, but no one was there. It could have been the starting signal, but that would mean a falling star had already been sighted. Julia's heart hammered in her chest as she stared back up at the stars. A spark of light streaked across the sky like a lit match. She grabbed her gear and started running. Come on, Pete, Julia called as she flew down the hillside, the net waving behind her like a flag. She never took her eyes off the star. As she headed towards the field, a scattering of colored dots moved below, the catchers. She had to get there first. With maximum momentum on her side, she reached the bottom fast and nearly tumbled into the grass, but she flung her arms out like an airplane to keep her balance. Go, go, go! Whoops and hollers of excitement howled all around her. One boy and girl collided a few feet in front of her and then fell to the ground. To avoid the chaos and confusion, Julia veered right, still following the trail of smoke in the sky. This star was a whopper. She could tell by how fast it fell. The trail of smoke and dust particles spanned out behind it like the tail of a dragon, a real fireball. Julia's palms began to sweat. She still hadn't decided whether to use the gloves or the net. Where was Pete? She didn't have time to look. A lot of the catchers headed west as if anticipating that this firecracker of a star would launch itself all the way to the edge of the field. But Julia had a hunch, something her grandma used to tell her. She headed north, sprinting as fast as she could. The chilly air tickled Julia's nose, but the heat of her excitement warmed her. Her muscles ached as she forced them to work at a superhuman pace. She wanted to stop, but she knew she couldn't. An image of Grandmoo lying sick in bed popped in her head, propelling her forward. Come on, Star. Drop! Drop! Finally, the star eased up. It was losing momentum now, dropping down like an elevator in a skyscraper. How many floors up was it? Julia guessed 50? She just had enough time to get under it. Luckily, no one was in her way. Shouts rang out in the distance. The catchers sensed their mistake. They were turning around. Somewhere a dog barked. Was that Pete? If the catchers caught up to him, they might kick him for sport, especially if he got in their way. She hoped the memory of his sharp teeth would keep them running while she continued to focus on the star. Just like catching a pop fly. She tried to convince herself. Her hands shook. She licked her upper lip. Was this what victory tasted like? Salty? She rubbed her hands together with excitement. This is for Grandmoo. Julia tried to ignore the shouts of other catchers heading in her direction. She checked the status of the star. Maybe 25 stories left. Time to prepare. She put on the gardening gloves, planning to catch it in her hands like Jacoby had done. Her hands shook. She looked right at the star, searching for answers. It hurtled towards her in a blaze of light and dust, temporarily blinding her. For a moment she looked away, spots continuing to dance in front of her eyes. Her courage began to burn out. What would Grandmoo do? Her grandma had always told her that stars cooled and hardened upon contact. The gardening gloves were made of nylon, which might melt given the strength of this star. What was the net made of? Think, Julia, think. Was it wool? Yes, sheared from Grandpa's very own sheep, and wool burned more slowly than nylon. Julia picked up the net and clutched it firmly, staring down the star. 10 stories left. Her eyes burned so much she almost needed sunglasses. The star was too bright. With only 5 stories left, she had to shut her eyes, but she quickly forced herself to squint. Squeezing the handle of the net, she wished harder than she'd ever wished before. Please let me catch the star. Please let me save Grandma. Wham! And that's where I'm going to leave it. Sometimes it takes a special wish to make your dreams come true. Bye.
Well, welcome back to the 2020 Virtual Authors Fair, hosted by Rochester Writers in the Rochester Hills Public Library. My name is Michael Dwyer, and we just got done seeing a video, an excerpt from her book. The author's name is A. Kidd. Hi, Angie. How are you?
Doing well. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for having me. So,
could you tell us a little bit about what we just saw?
Sure. So I was very excited to share this excerpt from my story with you. I didn't read from the first chapter, but I chose what I thought would be an exciting chapter, leaving it on a cliffhanger. So hopefully you'll be wondering what happens next. But for those of you who aren't familiar with the story, I can just give you a little summary of what the story is about. So basically, stars with healing powers are falling from the sky, and 4th grader Julia is trying to catch one to save her grandmother's life. Her grandmother has the invisibility illness, and eventually she will completely disappear. But if Julia can catch a star, her wish will be granted and her grandmother will become well again.
Wow, that's an interesting story. You did leave me wanting more. So where do your stories come from? Where do the ideas of your stories come from?
You know, I've always been an idea person. I'm a runner, so I get a lot of ideas just running. And I've always been interested in the moon and stars, the night sky. And I've always just had questions about the universe, those big questions. And this story kind of came out of, some of those wonderings about what stars really are and, what they mean to us.
Well, now that you're no longer a child or a kid, much despite your pen name, do you remember back when you were young, and how has your memories or how has your internal feelings towards stars and the universe changed, and how has it turned into creative outlets now?
Well, I mean, I wanted to be an astronaut when I was a kid, and that dream kind of faded once I realized you have to spin around and all that. I get vertigo, so there was just no way I was going to be able to go through all that rigorous testing that they do. But then, this was kind of a way where I could still think about those things and imagine those things and feel some of those things without actually having to go up there. As a writer, as a creator, you get to make up these worlds and you get to ponder the questions and you get to feel like you're there. And then hopefully your audience, if you do it well, hopefully your audience feels that too. So we don't all need to be astronauts, but we can read these stories and maybe, feel like we're a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great approach to it because, unfortunately, in a way, when we grow up, we lose some of that innocence of our childhood and those wonders that we had. And now we have to make sense of them now. And I think you're doing a great job with your debut novel, The Healing Star. what else will readers find in there? Other sorts of remedies?
So, I mean, it is a fantasy story, and it's a little bit between, I would say, like magical realism or fairy tale. So there's definitely going to be some fun fantasy elements. Um, some people might compare it a little bit to like the Jack and the Beanstalk. I don't like to give too much away, but then there's also these serious topics that are broached about illness and dealing with a family member that is sick, and how how to come to terms with that. The ideas of hope. How do we find hope? Julia has to persevere. She tries all these different things to get the star, and not everything works out, but she keeps persevering. So there's kind of that sense. And what's interesting too is that with the whole pandemic and everything, there's a mystery illness in this story. And so I hope that readers will gain some sort of sense of hope about how you can come together as a community, even when you don't have all the answers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, this year, despite all of the negatives that we've experienced, has lent itself to opening our eyes and our ears to different things around us and different ways of doing things. And maybe we'll be better off in the long run.
I hope so. Yeah.
So this is your debut novel. It's available now.
Yep. It's been out for about a year now, and it's available on Amazon, and copies can also be purchased from me as well.
What kind of feedback are you getting from readers?
So far, people seem to really like it. It's aimed at grades 3 to 6, but I've had some younger kids reading it with their parents or families, and even adults have been enjoying it. I think everybody can resonate with that idea of hope. And I mean, I'm sure most people have wished on stars at some point, even for the fun of it. So yeah, it's actually been resonating well with readers. So I'm happy about that.
And so since it's been, so far successful, it's off to a good start, despite starting in a pandemic here. Is there a sequel or a second book on the horizon?
Well, it's funny you should say that. I wasn't actually planning for that, but I've gotten a lot of feedback that that people do want. Some of the kids wanted to hear more about the constellations, so maybe have a follow-up story with that, because they're kind of their own characters in a way. And my niece, actually, she really liked Julia's dog, Petey. She found him to be kind of a fun sidekick. He farts a lot. He's a beagle. She wanted him to have his own story. So I don't know if that part's actually going to happen, but if the readers want more, then I'm certainly willing to go down that road, or at least consider it.
Well, that'd be great. And you also consider yourself a performer. Can you tell us about how that came to be?
Well, I used to do performance poetry. So I would get up in front of an audience and share my poems. I did that mostly for adult audiences. So I'm not sure if I would do that, for kids or not. But it was such a great way to get immediate feedback so that I could learn and grow. And it helped me to tell a story, because somehow performance poetry tends to lend itself to storytelling. So I really appreciated that experience. I think it's helped me as a writer. And then also, as a children's librarian, I've done storytelling because I did story times. So there's also that aspect.
Do you have any recommendations or tips for authors or new authors like yourself on how to break into the business?
Well, you definitely have to be willing to persevere, because as you probably know, it's not an easy business to break into. It takes a lot of patience and hard work. But most authors I know that stick with it eventually are able to make it. So if it's really your passion, don't give up on it. And I would say just know that if you're committed to it, take some risks to try to put it out there, because you will find an audience. If you put in the time and the effort, I truly believe you will find an audience. So it's worth it to and try different avenues. I would say nowadays, there's all different publishing avenues, and as long as you're professional about it, and again, do your homework, ask all the right questions, there's a lot of different avenues. So make sure you pursue all those avenues.
What do you find is the biggest thrill and the biggest challenge of being an author?
Well, I would say, I've always been a writer since like age 4. I was writing stories or telling stories to my mother, and she would write them down for me. So the writing itself is thrilling, but I would say actually being published now, it's connecting with people, especially kids. That was kind of the part that was missing for me, because writing is such a lonely business. Maybe I would say that's the hardest part, is a lonely business. You're at your computer, and you don't know all the time what's working. So to be able to share it with people and hear their feedback and have them say, I've had kids say, how much they enjoyed it, how fun it was, or maybe it made them feel better. I've had parents say, that it helped them, even adults say that maybe it made them feel better. And those are the kinds of things that are just so gratifying, and I think that make all the work worthwhile.
I agree. I completely agree. Do you have a website or a place for people to go if should they want to find out more about you, A Kid, and your book, The Healing Star?
Yes, so they can go to my Facebook author page, which is A.Kid Writes, and that's with 2 Ds. And the same for my, if they would like to contact me, my email is the same. So it's a.kidwrites@gmail.com. And that would also be a way if someone was interested in like having a visit, like an author visit, or if they wanted a signed copy of the book, they could email me, and that would be a good way to reach me.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. How would you like to leave it with the audience?
I would like to say, I would like everyone to have hope in the future. And I suggest everyone keep making wishes, especially on stars.
Well, there you go. Keep wishing on the stars, and hopefully one will fall into your lap. A Kid is the author, and we'll have more authors in a few minutes right here on the 2020 Author Fair.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 2020 Author Fair, brought to you by Rochester Hills Public Library and Rochester Writers. It's the 2nd annual. My name is Michael Dwyer, and joining us for this segment is author Angelique Clemens. Did I get that right?
That is correct. Hello.
It's a beautiful name, Angelique. And you have written a book called Can I Borrow Your Skin? And I have to tell you, we've done a lot of interviews today with horror writers, but it has nothing to do with borrowing your skin in that realm, does it?
It does not.
Good.
I love that. Great. It's a great segue though. So Can I Borrow Your Skin is about a woman who goes through her life adopting herself, literally putting on like an avatar of who she is expected to be depending on who she's speaking with. And that's what the Can I Borrow Your Skin is about. So it's about a woman who has to be one way around one group of friends, a different way around her family members, a different way at work, and different way at church. And so all these different versions of herself, she's constantly putting on this persona to fit in to a certain situation because she has yet to define who she is for herself and who she's going to be to the world.
And do you find that that is what most of us do through life, but some people manage that better or it troubles other people more?
I absolutely think it's something that most of us do. I think that most people at one point in time in their life or another struggle with self-concept. They just don't know who they are deep down. And because of that, they find themselves losing themselves and slipping more easily into this avatar and just borrowing someone else's opinion of them and making that themselves.
And so, does your character find a way, and I don't want to give the ending out, but does she come to some positive outlook on finding herself?
So she absolutely does. And without giving too much away, the character Nicolette finds that as she continually loses herself because she's constantly borrowing the skin that people want her to adorn, that as she loses herself, she starts to dislike who she is. And so she goes on this self-discovery and trying to find who she is so she can learn to love herself. Because at the end of the day, until she learns who she is and learns to actually enjoy that person, she finds that she can't be actually happy in her life.
Oh, that's really interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, the self-discovery and finding out who you are is important to all of us. And some of us, as I said, do a better job of it. But
Absolutely.
I hadn't thought about what if you're not happy with who you find out who you are.
Right. And that's the troubling part. And that's the reason, one of the main reasons why I wrote Can I Borrow Your Skin? Though it is a fiction novel, I base a lot of my own personal experiences in this book. The main character, similar to myself, comes from an inner city. She goes off and does spectacular things in her education life, and she becomes a very well sought after professional woman. And she finds that as she was traveling from, like myself personally, I'm from the city of Detroit. For those of you who don't know the city of Detroit, I grew up in the 48205 zip code, which is probably one of the deadliest neighborhoods in the city of Detroit. And so I went from a neighborhood which was not always safe to attending prestigious universities like the University of Michigan and Harvard University. And so my main character struggles with being someone from an inner city, someone that people may discount, may never understand the things that she had to go through as a kid and as a young adult, to someone who people only see the degrees and letters behind her name, and she struggles with that dichotomy of herself. And so in this process, she has to play a certain role around her friends from these prestigious universities and these very well-to-do places and in her workplace. And then she has all these friends she grew up with who may not have accomplished as much as she. And she's learning that, these people may resent who she became, though she feels she's still the same girl from the 48205. And so she really struggles with being herself in all these different situations and what truly herself is. And so Can I Borrow Your Skin is my way of saying, you can be a lot of different things and you don't have to be put in a box. And you have to learn to be happy with that person, not only where you came from, but what you developed into. And that's okay.
And that's tough for I would imagine, paralleling your life and what you've had to adapt to. Not everyone has those drastic changes or such a diversity of skins that they have to put themselves in. So it might be more challenging for others than you might imagine.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When you look at people who and even people who don't make all those giant changes and they never travel away from home, they never see anything different, they struggle with the what ifs. And so, you kind of have a battle that you have to pick. You have to battle whether or not you've done so much change. Are you such a different person? Or you've done so little change, did you even grow? And so it doesn't matter if you've made a lot of change or a little change, there's struggles on each side of it. And that's where Can I Borrow Your Skin and the affirmation process can be very helpful to people.
Now, I'm sure you did a lot of research and inquired with other people that have gone through this metamorphosis throughout their life. Are there some that just couldn't make that change and maybe went back to the life they used to know because it was more comfortable in a way?
Oh, absolutely. And one of the most famous examples of that would probably be when you see certain people who, like National Football League players, people in the NFL, who they grew up in, a gang-laden environment, and they still, do a lot of, they throw up gang signs when they score a touchdown, and they do things of that nature because it's so second nature to them. That's the way they celebrate. That's all they've known. And they struggle with that, where they're now making millions and millions of dollars a game, but they're still that scared little kid that went to that gang for protection, and they don't know how to get out of it. There's absolutely examples of that.
Wow. And do you have any of those examples in the book? Does your character come across other people in her situation?
She absolutely comes across other people in her situation. I use the example of a person in the National Hockey League, actually, in the book. I also use the example of a Fortune 500 company person in the book who is stuck in his new definition of himself to the point where he actually has a lot of self-hatred. And so that's another one of those examples in the book where he completely lost who he was to be who he is, and he learns and he hates himself for it. And so there's a couple different examples in the book where people who go through the affirmation process and find themselves and do okay, and then there's people who get stuck with who they were and people who get stuck to where they went. And so you have people in all different levels of defining themselves and learning to be who they are in their own skin.
So what would you say is the grand takeaway of someone that is going through this? I would imagine we've talked about the people that revert back to who they were, people that change and maybe don't like who they change into. Is there a balance that is an ultimate outcome that you've seen?
So I think that the balance comes from, and this is where the subtitle of my book comes into play, learning to be the fierce person you see in the mirror. You have to learn to get your definition of yourself. And that takes time, and it's a process. But once you get that person, and it's a combination of, who your friends think you are, who your church family think you are, your family, your, who your work colleagues think you are, who, all these different versions of yourself, and you take the core of who you truly are in those situations, and that's who you are. And once you find that person, and for me and for my character, the easiest way to do that was to use the mirror technique, to literally sit down with yourself, whether it was every day, once a week, once a month, and have a conversation with yourself and get to the core of who you are. And when you find that person and you can look at that person and you're happy, that's the goal. And so you're not playing your work-life person, being stuck with just where you are now and discard everything you used to be. You're not the person stunted where you used to be. And you're not just one version of yourself. You're this magnificently complex individual. And you have to know all the different complexities of yourself and love that person.
Well, I agree completely. And there's a lot of coaching out there that talks about positive affirmations and how you can incorporate those into your life. And you've taken it really a step farther with the fact that you have this novel and you have a companion piece, a workbook, which is called The Guide to the Mirror. Could you talk about the affirmations in that companion piece?
Absolutely. So in the guide to the mirror, it's called the post read. And I'm going to read a little bit of that right now and to kind of walk people through it. And so it goes, be real with yourself. Let's be honest. Everyone has things they dislike about themselves. It is natural to be critical of oneself. However, disliking everything about yourself is just overly negative and can spiral one down a rabbit hole of self-doubt and self-hate. And there's an easy way to control the negative thoughts and to be constructive with self-evaluation. An exercise that can combat that is to combat going down this rabbit hole, is to list the things you dislike about yourself. And when you're making this list, it's helpful that you limit it to things that are changeable and to only 10. Because if you're being self-critical, you could think of a million things, but you can limit it to just 10 and make sure they're changeable. In this exercise, something like your height is being overly critical because you can't change your height. And so I actually leave space for people to write down the 10 things if they buy the book and not just get the ebook. And then the next step, for each of the things that you listed, note why you dislike it. And be as factual and objective as possible. For example, if you note that you don't like your weight, that's great. But if you just write, I don't like that I'm fat, writing that you don't like that you're fat is not being critical. It's not objective, and it's not something that you can actually discuss with yourself. And do you dislike your body's shape? Or do you just dislike your weight? Or more likely, you don't like how your clothes fit. You may also ask yourself if you just dislike your body's tone. If you take the time to evaluate each of the things and be factual and objective in nature, each of the things that you say you don't like about yourself in the previous exercise, now spend some time in the mirror having a conversation with yourself about why you dislike it. And you take your time and be real with yourself, not critical. And so then it leaves space for you to actually write down why you dislike certain things and to make it objective and to make it factual. So, and then it goes into how you set goals about the thing you said you disliked and make that goal achievable if you're going to try to change it. And so through this post read, and I'm not going to go through all 6 or 7 pages of going through how you do the factual, objective definition of the things you dislike. But once you get them, then it tells you, okay, so if you dislike, for example, weight, you dislike your weight, and you're objective about it, and then you can make a goal. Say you're 180 pounds and you don't like it because your clothes don't fit well. Well, if you tone up your body and you lose 15 pounds, then your clothes will fit better. And so what the guide does is it allows you to find things that you dislike about yourself, really discover why you dislike them, and then work towards changing them. And then in the second part of this part of the guide, it actually has affirmations for you to use. You know, once you start talking about things you don't like, it's very easy to be like, okay, I don't like this. I don't want to look at myself in the mirror. But it actually makes you go a step further and actually stand in your mirror and talk to yourself. And so I want to go through one affirmation for people who dislike the way that they look. And it's a very nice exercise. And it starts off with breathing. So you stand in the mirror and you start by taking a deep breath. You breathe in through your nose slowly. The inhale should take at least 5 seconds. Count in your mind that you ensure that you take a long, deep breath in. And then you pause for 1 second. When you exhale, exhale slowly through your mouth. It may help to have your lips only slightly parted, and you breathe out for at least 5 seconds, and then you pause. Close your eyes and repeat the deep breath. Stand or sit up straight. Ensure that your back is fully erect, and take another deep breath. Relax your shoulders by arching them backwards. And by doing this, you're going to be contracting your rhomboid muscle, which is the muscles between your shoulder blades. And then take another deep breath. You're going to rotate your neck in a circular motion clockwise and then counterclockwise. And take another deep breath. Then look into the mirror. Deliberately look into your eyes and address yourself. And when you address yourself, you are going to address yourself about the goal that you're working on. So in this example, you're going to address yourself by name. I address myself by name, and I talk about my goal. And so for this example, you can say, Angelique, you look nice today. Something factual, you've lost such amount of weight, or you have not gained weight, which is an accomplishment in itself in this situation. And then you can talk about your clothes, the way your clothes are fitting, and you go through the affirmation, and the book actually has key phrases that you can do. And then it always tells you how to end your affirmation. But it goes through the breathing exercise, the affirmation, then there's another breathing exercise, and then you go about your day.
I think that's a fantastic approach, and it clearly makes you feel better about yourself. So, for example, I might say, Michael, you look great today, and your hair is growing back.
That's a good one.
And I say it enough that it has grown back, way, way back.
I love that.
So that's one of the things that I could list that I can't change about myself, that I've got to learn. That's just who I am.
Right. And you have to learn to accept yourself and love yourself for that.
And I have, by being able to tell jokes about it now.
Right.
Well, that's wonderful. So you've got the main book, which is a novel. It's got more elements than just the learning to live with in your own skin, correct?
Absolutely. So it is a novel, and like I said, it's a biographical fiction. So it follows a woman through her life, the event in her life that triggered her to realize that she didn't know who she was and she didn't like who she thought she was, is the passing of a loved one that she was very close to. And so it walks people through the growth process of dealing with loss and having your whole life, what you thought was the perfect life, ripped out from up under you. And so she goes through loss. She is a single woman trying to find love in the city. And so it has a lot of different aspects to it, though the overarching topic is about her going through all these different things that she's dealing with, changing careers, dealing with the loss of a loved one, trying to find someone to love her. She goes through all of that while also trying to find and love herself.
Well, I think it's a wonderful approach that you've taken to telling this story, that it could benefit so many people, that may just come off to many as a good read, a good story. And then they may discover within it that maybe they need a little work too, or they could benefit from some of the teachings, and you've got that workbook to go with it.
Yes.
And now, besides all of this, I hear you're working on a children's book.
I am. So I have a children's book that's almost done, and it's called Project AIL, and AIL stands for Aunts in Love. And this one is 100% factual. It's based on my actual life. I have, nieces and nephews who I adore. My husband and I are not blessed with children, but I have also a lot of kids in my life who call me auntie, though I am not their biological aunt. And this story is based on a true story event of one of my play nieces, if you will. a young lady who's called Amelia in the book. It's not her real name, but she was doing a family tree project for school in first grade. And she was talking with her parents, and they were going through the family tree. And she asked, well, but Angelique, you guys didn't mention her. Whose sister is she? Is she your sister, Mom, or she your sister, Dad? And they both kind of laughed and explained that I'm both of their sister. And, after learning about how family trees work, she goes, well, that's not possible. And so they explained to her that I've been both of their best friends for over 20 years. And I introduced the parents together. And that's why the kids call me Auntie. And so she listened intently. And when she actually finished her family tree project for school and she was presenting it, she went through her biological family members, and then she explained that she also has an auntie in love. And that was me. And she explained how I'm her mom's sister and her dad's sister because I love them both very much. And because of my love for them, I introduced them and they have the kids. And though I am not their biological family, I am still her auntie and very much part of her family tree. And so she drew me right in the middle of the family tree, connected to everybody. And so the book recalls that story and talks about, families who you love, not always who you are related to.
I love your energy and your passion, and your smile shines through with your voice. You've been able to take these life experiences and really turn them into not only entertainment, but a learning experience for readers. Why don't we close up with you telling the audience where they can go to find out more about you and maybe purchase your books?
Absolutely. So the easiest way to find out about me is on my website, which is angeliqueclemens.com. I'm so used to spelling my name. I don't know if this is going to be a video or not, or just if you're just going to be listening to it. So I'm going to spell it because I'm used to doing it.
Go right ahead.
Angelique is Angelique. Clemens is CLEMENS.com. And from there, there are links to buy my book from my website, or there's also links there to get it on Amazon or Barnes & Noble, Nook, as well as Kindle.
Oh, that's wonderful. Angelique Clemens, thank you so much for joining us today for the 2020 Virtual Authors Fair. This is our second annual, and blessings to you. And I hope to hear more about more future books from you.
Thank you so much, Michael, for having me.
And we'll be back with more authors.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anne Marie Shavy Peterson, and I'd like to thank Rochester Writers and Michael Dwyer for allowing me to participate in the Shop Small Saturday weekend event. My novel, Celestina's Burnings, debuted earlier this year. It's a work of historical fiction with flashes of steamy romance, hunky stonecutters, brutal inquisitors, the Vatican, and witches performing their magic. I'd like to read a little passage for you today, and where I'm going to start is from the second half of the first scene, but I'm going to take a minute and now explain what happened just before that. The year we're in is 1491 Florence, Italy. When we meet Celestina, she's just finished a year-long period of mourning for her papa, who was killed trying to save a beautiful witch, a death that Celestina needs to avenge, but she doesn't exactly know how. Meanwhile, she's itching to begin her life. She dreams of finding and marrying a young sculptor, as she just wants to throw out her black dress of mourning and start fresh with something pretty and orange. Against her grandmother Simona's orders, Celestina has now just dashed out of the bakery, still in her depressing black dress, to check out the new riding on her street, the Via Scaglia. She runs through a cloud of bonfire smoke where she discovers another black dress burning on a stake. Right then, the cobblestones beneath her feet begin to shake. A holy army riding black stallions is charging down her street. Among the holy army, called the Reform, there is one who stands out, a cloaked religious figure, the only man riding a stallion of pure white. The district marshal introduces him as Frau Brucker, the vice supreme knight of the reform, and says he's an Austrian. Celestina has never seen an Austrian and wonders if they're white as ghosts and if they all bear the jutting jaw of the Habsburgs. Celestina and the rest of the people on the street are told by the marshal to look down and bow their heads in respect. Okay, so now I'm going to begin reading from the book. The marshal tells the people they can raise their heads, and this is what Celestina sees. Frau Brucker had tugged back his hood to reveal a jaw that was square and refined. There was a pearly glow to his skin that contrasted with his hair, a mane so black it bore the tint of blue. Next to her, a pair of younger girls, skinny but bearing the hint of womanhood, giggled. It was about Frau's striking looks. Celestina glared at them until they shrank. After they acted sufficiently put in their places, she glanced at the replica of Donatello's bronze statue of David. It stood proud in front of the silk shop across the street. Now, if it were Donatello, the greatest sculptor of all time, sitting on Frau's white horse, she'd lose her morning biscotti. She'd even consider losing her modesty. But for a religious like Frau, no matter how bellow, she had no loving heart. Never. She could never feel for a man of God that way. Still, she had the sense his focus was on her. She glanced up and stifled a gasp. He was staring at her. Gray blue eyes under his lantern brow glowed like the hottest hue in a whisper of fire. It teetered at the edge of indecent. She looked fast at her feet. His attention made her ears burn. She counted 1, 2, 3, 9. Surely he'd be done looking. And 10. At 10, she looked up. His leer pinned her. She squirmed in her slippers. Did he never blink? She tipped her shoulder to create a barrier of coldness between them. A smart smile crossed his lips. Her rebuff was not as subtle as she supposed. He tapped his horse's neck twice, and the stallion stepped up and over like a bishop in a game of chess. She stumbled back a step, a pawn in retreat. He smirked, and then he faced the marshal. Now that his attention was off her, she dared to finally breathe. The Reform has chosen Florence, the most important city on the earth, to begin its mission to cleanse the world of witchcraft, the marshal proclaimed, and Frau Brucker will lead the fight. Celestina bounced on her toes. Never had she imagined there existed a holy army to save the people from the witches and to help her save Papa's soul. It was an answer to her prayers. Cheering voices bounced off the buildings. Faces beamed. The people were feeling the same way. She dared to peek at Frau, not with the hope that he'd look back, but to gauge his effect. She wanted to make certain that he understood that the people stood with him. But his face was as expressionless as a 1,000-year-old stone bust of a Roman Stoic. She scratched her head, and an Italian in a similar position would be prancing about on his horse while waving. But Frau's hand simply cradled the horn of his blue velvet saddle, and he dismounted. At full stretch, he was taller than any Italian she knew. His chin was higher than the withers of his horse. He looked to be about 23 or thereabouts, perhaps 5 years her senior. He rolled the cuff of his sleeve. Lead muscles on his arms twitched. She flipped a lock of her hair over her eyes and cast her gaze in the direction of the black dress burning on a stake in the street. But not a shadow remained. There wasn't a hint of leftover ash either. "What are you looking for, Fraulein?" asked Frau Brucker. The harsh sound of his voice was like a bristle brush scrubbing the inside of her ears. His eyes, a set of smoky sapphires, were calculating. "I'm waiting," he said, tapping his chin. I seek the answer to why the dress burned. Celestina prayed no one noticed the tremor in her voice. But the people snickered. Her cheeks reddened. No one was safe from outright derision on the Via Scala. Fra's silence, however, dangled over her like a nun's threatening paddle. She stared at the ground, heart beating in her ear. "Look again," he said. She regarded where the black dress had been burning. A fresh black dress replaced the old one. She looked from side to side. The people, too, appeared astonished. "As you can see, there are no lack of witches or their dresses in Florence," said Fra. All nodded obediently. "So what do you think, Fraulein?" Celestina's head snapped around. Think? Thinking often brought trouble when it came to a religious. She preferred if he simply told her what to think, saved time and a punishing trip to the confessional. "Yes, think," Fra hiked up a silky eyebrow. "Do you have the stomach to be a witch hunter?" he asked. She was dizzy with the idea. "I didn't know such a formal opportunity existed for a woman, a humble baker such as myself," she said. "The reform is a progressive movement of the people. A good woman is part of the people, yes? Do you have the will, Fraulein?" She swallowed hard. For Papa's soul, the answer was absolute. "I am ready," she said. She detected a bit of mischief in his smile. "Let's see if you can pass a little test," he said. She wiped her sweating hands against her dress. "What sort of test?" He sized up the hanging dress. "Do you have the fortitude to burn it?" The marshal then forced the handle of a burning torch into her hand. The powerful flame shook the grip. She needed 2 hands to hold on. Before anything went wrong, she touched the tip of the blaze to the hem. Whoosh! The dress erupted in an orange blaze. The very act of setting the dress aflame emboldened her. With the power of this flame, I begin my journey to search, find, and destroy the witches of Florence. I swear this on the soul of my father, Alessandro di Capria. Her heart, which only this morning suffocated under a cloak of darkness, lightened with purpose. Before this day, she'd yearned for an orange dress to wear and a ragazzo with the shoulders of a sculptor to love. But the reform had now changed everything. She now had one mission: to capture 5 witches and burn their dresses. She could entertain no distractions. It would take all of her guile to succeed. The end, for now.
And welcome back to the second annual Rochester Writers, Rochester Hills Public Library Author Fair. It's our second annual for 2020, held virtually, as you can see. And for this segment, we are speaking with Anne-Marie Shavi-Peterson. Anne-Marie, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Now, we just watched your video with your reading from your book. Remind us the title of the book and when it was released.
Okay, here's the book is Celestina's Burnings, and it debuted this year. It was my debut novel, and it came out January 1st.
And what genre would you call that?
It is historical fiction with strong romantic elements. So if you like a good love story in the historical period, that's what it is.
Okay, and the readings did leave me wondering where the characters are going, what's going to happen,
Oh,
um, and the witches.
the
Is that
witches.
historical fiction?
Yes, the interesting thing about that time period with the witches is that there were in the Renaissance era, the Middle Age era, there were tens of thousands of mostly women tortured, burned at the stake for being witches. And if you contrast that with the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1692, there were a total of about 14 women, 5 men, and 2 dogs that were tried as witches. So the the carnage in the Middle Ages was, orders of magnitude worse. And it's not an era that's really been written about. I mean, everybody talks about the Renaissance and the beauty and the art, and that was true, but there was an underlying, misogyny against women that was mostly perpetrated against by monks who just did not like women, and it was terrible. So that's kind of like the setting of this book. So there's a lot of witches.
With the history of that, is it mostly men trying to keep their dominance? Is it religious, where the church is saying we can't have anything outside of our beliefs? Is it government trying to control its population? Is it all of that?
It is all of that. It is all of that. And it is also, sometimes women too, that and all you really needed was just saying something, just a little word against somebody, and this could put this poor woman, in jail, on trial. It was if anybody was just a little different, any woman that was just a little bit different, or tried something different outside the church, she had a target on her back. And it was very scary.
So we can see some of that still playing out today in other faiths.
Yes.
Christianity went through its dark ages before the internet, clearly, and now some other faiths are going through that with modern technology, and it's eye-opening. We can see it happening, and we can say, look, we went through this. Don't do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it really is. It was just terrible, and we should not repeat it. But unfortunately, we seem to kind of repeat it over and over. Just it kind of goes through cycles. And obviously, it's not as bad as it was. But if you're the one with a target on your back, it's as bad as it was.
So how much of this comes out in your story as far as what the evils are, and is there any resolution or enlightenment?
Well, the story is about Celestina, and her goal is to avenge her papa's death. Her papa died trying to save a woman who was accused of being a witch. And in Celestina's young, kind of 17-year-old mind, this woman, killed her papa. So at the beginning, she's a little witch hunter, but by the end, she has a very big change, and she may even become somewhat of a witch savior. So she goes through a very distinct arc, and she gets very enlightened. But there's a lot of people that help her along the way and thwart her along the way too.
Well, I hope that besides being very entertaining, and it certainly was that piece that you read, I hope it's also educational for those who don't know much about that time period, and can get something out of it and hopefully benefit the future.
Yes, I believe it is beneficial. In fact, I did a lot of research. In fact, some of the most interesting research I did was there was a professor who actually translated some of these witch trials, these 14th and 15th century witch trials. I myself, when I'm reading them, I could never have come up with the crazy accusations that these people faced. So everything in it, my book, is very authentic. If you find it crazy, but believe me, there was something 20 times crazier going on in the next courtroom over there. So yes, it is educational. I think in a really fun, dramatic way. And like I said, there's a really, really good love story. So that's kind of helps.
And refresh my memory, what time period is this?
Well, this is 1491 in Renaissance Florence.
Okay.
So there's so we have walking through are some famous artists, some famous religious figures. So you have all these kind of famous people walking through Celestina's eyes, how she sees them. Just sort of a normal baker girl, who's caught up in this.
It's amazing how, we had the fine art and society and culture and the written word, and we had courts and what we know today.
Oh yeah.
And yet we had these beliefs that
yes, because that period in Renaissance Italy, we are very similar now to what they were like then. We borrowed all that Western civilization was from that time. We brought it here. We're very much the same. So, it's a slippery slope, all of it, if you ask me.
Now, tell us about your writing history. How many books do you have out? Where are you going? Is this going to be a series, that sort of thing?
Well, my writing history is I was a journalist in the Detroit area most of my life. In fact, I was a features editor at the Oakland Press in Pontiac for a while. And then I kind of became a freelance journalist, did a lot of medical writing. And about 10 years ago, I started writing novels. And I had 2 novels that were very good practice novels that didn't go anywhere until Celestina's Burnings got published. And so right now I'm working on a sequel to Celestina's Burnings. And I'll tell you, the pandemic, it's been a blessing and a curse for me as a writer, because I don't have a darn thing to do. So I'm able to just really, really focus on this next book. It's got a lot.
That's great.
Yeah.
So I hope that for the readers, for the people that haven't read the book yet, there's some conclusion with this, but yet the story will continue.
Story will continue. Yep, it will continue. Yep.
And can you give us a hint, maybe, so that people that have read the book maybe have an idea of where it's going?
Well, the next book takes place under the blood red shadow of the Vatican. So we move from Florence to Rome in the next book. So, and Rome is just as crazy, if not more, as Florence. So we got a lot of stuff going on. And in the next book, there's fortune tellers, there's witches, and there's even dragons. So.
Well, dragons
are awesome.
So a little bit of not so much history in that historical fiction.
We have some very good history in this one too. In fact, I won't tell you who it is, but I found a person, a doctor in history, and there's only been a couple sentences written about this person, but they had a kind of in a bad way, a lot of influence on modern day medicine. So through my research, I actually found a very interesting man to kind of put in this book as kind of an evil person.
Now, I would guess the amount of research that you do for any author that has to research something like this kind of book, you really get into it. It provides you much more information than you can possibly weave into the story. Is that part of the catalyst for a sequel?
Oh yeah, there's just no end to historical figures and stories that you can kind of weave them into. And the thing is about historical fiction is, we can't really know, what, Pope Innocent VIII said, but if you read a lot about him, you can kind of come up with an emotional truth about what he would probably be like. Or someone like Leonardo da Vinci. We don't really know what he would say in this circumstance, but if you read enough about him, you can kind of, figure out that this might be the direction he would be talking in. So I find that really fun, and I really struggle in myself to try to nail it as much as I believe I can to kind of, reflect what they might have been like. So that's kind of how I approach these historical figures.
Oh, wonderful. I'm looking forward to reading your book and reading the sequel, hearing more from you. Could you remind the audience today where to go to find out more information about you, where to maybe purchase your book and that sort of thing?
Yep, I have a website, AnneMarieChaviPeterson.com. You can buy my book online everywhere books are sold. Also, the publisher is Literary Wanderlust, a small traditional publisher in Denver, Colorado. They'll be happy to send it to you, but you can get it at Amazon, online, Target, Walmart, Barnes & Noble, everywhere online.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Anne-Marie Chavi Peterson, thank you so much for joining us. And we will have more from the 2020 Authors Fair in a moment.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi, I'm Ron Heron. I'm an author, and I'd like to read for you from one of my novels, Rycold Street. It was late August, 1962, when I first saw Albert Parker. After all this time, I still remember the year quite distinctly. It was my second teenage summer. And like discovering I had a sexual identity, it was a part of life's first great transition. I have been waiting months for something special to happen, something magical. Something like having Marilyn Monroe show up on my doorstep. In my dreams, she would be wearing that flouncy white dress she wore over the subway grate in The 7-Year Itch. She would lean close and ask me in one of her breathless whispers to take her. At the time, I wasn't even sure what that meant. Hell, it didn't matter. Just having her show up would have been enough, as long as the gang saw her. Of course, Marilyn never came to 752 Rycold Street in Brickdale. Albert did. The day started as a humid, hurt-your-lungs on a deep-breath morning. A blistering sun was rising over the railroad switching yard at the far end of the street. Its orange-red glare filtered through exhausted-looking trees, while sinuous heat ribbons shimmered over motionless freight cars, their rusty shapes defined like so many slumbering beasts. I was already sitting on the curb under a big oak tree, trying to find relief in occasional humid puffs of air. A battered gray panel truck pulled up across the street and signaled its stop with a torturous squeal. An angular, middle-aged man slowly unwound from the driver's seat. Garish sunlight lit the edges of his hair. It made halos of his tight graying curls and gleamed brightly from the center of his balding crown. Standing there in the street, he put his hands firmly on his hips and stared past the collection of mismatched dents and rust on his beat-up Chevy. He didn't acknowledge my presence. He merely perched his sunglasses on top of his head and methodically chewed a toothpick as he stared at the sole object of his attention, the old white clapboard house across the street. I smiled and thought, "Hello, toothpick man." He was looking at the old Cantwell place. It was funny how no one back then thought of that old house as anything else. Cecil Cantwell, the only son of one of Brickdale's founders, had built it. He had lived in it with his wife for more than 70 years. The house was there even before the railroad tracks were laid. Meet you by Cantwell's. Everyone in Brickdale and in several other communities around it knew that meant the east end of Rycold Street. People used it as a landmark. Cecil had died the previous fall, about the time leaves started to turn. The maple in front of Mrs. Murphy's house was a beautiful golden color the day I heard about his passing. I never knew exactly why he died. He was 97, and I presumed he just wore out. His wife, a frail old stick, followed him a few days before Christmas. The house had been empty since then. Someone came by and mowed the lawn each week, but no one tended the flowers, pulled weeds, or repainted the shutters from the old can of leaf green number 502 on the shelf in the garage. Then the toothpick man showed up. My buddies on Rycote Street had joined me under the oak, as I knew they would. It was already uncomfortably muggy, and in those days, only rich folks had an air conditioner. We were sitting on the curb watching the new spectacle develop. Nobody said very much. It was too damn hot. "What's up?" Ken Pazanski, Puz to all of us, was the last to arrive, and he slurred his question around a jelly donut. Puz was the biggest kid on the block. He had a belly, but he was also the strongest kid anyone knew. He worked with his uncle after school and weekends at Barzak Cement over on the northeast side, unofficially, of course, since he was underage. He'd been working there for 2 years. His job consisted of lifting odd lot orders of cinder block into the back of pickup trucks. He looked fat, but his arms were more enormous and foreboding than his belly. He took no gruff from other kids. "Looks like it could be moving day," I said. "Cool," the twins said together. 11 months apart, Donnie and Randy Cameron weren't really twins. They didn't even look alike. Randy's hair was flame red, while Donnie was a towhead. But it was nothing short of uncanny how they always spoke in unison. "Neato," Puz said. His voice was a raspy slur. As he spoke, he was also busy wiping strawberry jelly, which had accumulated around his mouth onto his wrist. "Are there any babes?" Billy Straight, the wiry blonde kid everyone called Sticks, looked at Puz as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Exactly what would you do with babes?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" Puz waggled his head as if to say he knew something he wasn't going to share. "Yeah," said Sticks, "I really would." Puz hesitated a moment before he answered. He was never very quick with comebacks. "Well," he said, "maybe someday I'll tell you, Worm." The rest of us rolled our eyes. "I won't hold my breath." Sticks waggled his head too, openly mocking Puz. "Me neither," said both of the twins together. Puz clenched his right fist with his eyes fixed on Sticks and took one slow, menacing step toward him. He halted as an ancient brown Hudson, 51 or 52 sedan model that looked like a giant metal cockroach, pulled up behind Toothpick Man. It rattled and spat dark, oily-smelling smoke all over the street, then wheezed almost in relief when the ignition was turned off and it could finally shudder to a stop. Toothpick Man walked over to it. He strutted, really, with a broad grin on his face. Leaning into the open driver's window, he held the woman driver by the back of her bleached blonde head and softly kissed her. After the kiss, he opened the driver's door like a gentleman. But as the driver was attempting to get out of the car, he reached down and fondled her ample behind. She jumped at his touch, her brow an angry furrow. "Cut it out, fool." She spoke in quick, hushed tones and wagged her head in our general direction, trying to appear angry as she tried to suppress a grin of her own. We all stood far too conspicuously across the street, straining to contain our laughter. Toothpick Man glanced toward the oak tree and saw the 5 of us, apparently for the first time. He made a loud clicking sound with his tongue, as if saying, "Shame on me," and he pulled his shades down over his eyes. With a slow, deliberate movement, he raised his right arm waist high, thrust his thumb into the air, pretending to pull a trigger, and smiled at us. It must have been Toothpick Man's way of saying hello. The woman shook her head, but she was still grinning as she marched up onto the Cantwell porch. She was followed out of the car by 2 kids. The first one was an odd little boy, much younger than any of us, with a face that was at once joyful and vacant. He blinked in the bright sun and looked around, his head seeming to wag in multiple directions at the same time. The second kid to emerge made the whole bunch of us take notice. She was pretty, a dark-haired girl about our age with her hair styled in the upturned flip, so popular with teenage girls that year. She wore jeans that hugged her hips and a tight t-shirt. There was a blue velvet headband in her hair. Even from that distance, the headband seemed to match her eyes. Best of all, as far as we were concerned, her figure had begun to give powerful hints of what she would look like as a woman. That's why 5 pairs of eyes followed her every movement. "Look at that, would you?" Buzz spoke in a whisper. "Sure nicer to look at than old lady Cantwell," Randy said. Donnie was unusually quiet. The new girl smiled and wiggled her fingers at us in a timid wave before she disappeared into the house. "Is that a babe?" Sticks asked. He seemed all out of breath. "Yeah, Dope," Puzz said. "That's a babe." "Definitely," the twins said together. "What do you think, Paul?" Puzz asked. "Almost as nice as Marilyn," I was about to answer, when someone else, another boy, started to climb out of the old Hudson. He must have been asleep in the car's hot interior. It took him a few moments to emerge. He had to duck his head to get out of the car's door, and we saw a shaggy mane of auburn hair, all matted and spiked in every direction. One side of it stood straight up in a large cowlick, while the rest plastered itself in a dark mass to the side of his head. He looked like an angry clown. His hair couldn't have been more unruly if it had been sheared with a mower. Solidly built, with massive arms and a thick neck, he looked like a worthy opponent for Puzz without the belly. He spotted us immediately, but he didn't say hello. Instead, he fixed all of us with a glare and without hesitation stomped toward us. His gait seemed almost a carbon copy of the Toothpick Man's swagger. "What are you sissies looking at?" were the first words to come out of his mouth.
Ron, that was wonderful. It's really nice to hear a book being read by the author who knows it so well, knows when to pause and when to emphasize. Um, and I think that is an intriguing opening, and I loved it.
Thank you.
When it comes to writing books, it's telling a story and painting a picture, and I think you did that marvelously with all of the mentions of what was around and how the people looked, and you covered the senses, right? You smelled the smoke from the car, and you heard the noises, um, and of course, this has led to you writing seven published books now, correct?
That's right, 7 books now. I'm working
And
on.
This is from your first book, Right Cold Street. Could you tell us where that name comes from?
I made it up. I needed a name for. I needed a name, obviously, and I was thinking about when I was about that age, and I used to live in Ferndale, Michigan, and it Reichhold Chemical had a plant nearby, and that name stuck in my head for some reason, and that's so trying to name it a name that wouldn't be conspicuous as to where it actually was, because I wanted it to be a fictitious town. That's the name I picked for the street.
Well, I like the idea. I like how you devised that name, because a lot of names of streets, of course, come from people and places, and so I think it's very real-like, and people can relate to it. Yes, they might even recognize that name as being something from the area.
Well, if they were from this area, they might remember. Reichhold Chemical doesn't exist anymore, but it was there for a long time, and it's actually in the town I grew up in. So.
And this is a period piece. Could you remind everyone when this story takes place?
It's set in the mid 60s, just about the Vietnam era, just before the Vietnam era.
And there are other stories to this series, correct?
Correct. There are, oh, good heavens, how many? There's, I think there's 4
4 in that series?
In that series already, and I'm working on another one, probably the last one.
And does it have, do all the stories have the same characters?
Pretty much. You follow a lot of them, as they grow up, and what they do and what happens to them, and some are more prominent in the other stories than they are in the first one. The character Paul, which was the one who was the point of view we were using in what I read, he's in a lot of them. In fact, he's in most of them, but the point of view changes depending on who the story is really about.
Well, now that's interesting. So these are a series, but the narration point of view is different for each one.
Well, I actually put a character name at the start of every chapter when the point of view changes, so that I like to write in the first person, and I need to let people know that the first person has changed. So you get to, Paul is talking, for instance, in the what I was reading. When you get to one of the next chapters, that character I called Puzz, the Ken character, everybody called him Puzz. He'll have his name at the title. It might say Chapter 3, Puzz, and it'll still be first person, but it's all from his point of view.
Oh, that's really interesting. So that gives the reader quite a view of this world that you've created. That people have different perspectives, and of course, maybe if we grew to think one way about Paul, who introduced us to Right Cold Street, we might think one thing, and that might change with the opinion of one of the other first person tales.
Yeah, exactly, because each person brings his own take on an event. You may repeat an event, but from a different point of view, and that, in my way of thinking, that just broadens the whole perspective. You get to see it from several people's opinion.
Oh, that's wonderful, and it is an award-winning book, correct?
Yes, that was a reader's favorite gold medal. It's won a couple other things. It was I got a good Kirkus review on it too. Because after it won the gold medal, I sent it off to reader's favorite for just for them to comment on it. It got 5-star reviews, and when it did that, I thought, well, maybe I'll send it to their annual contest. It won a gold medal, and when it did that, I actually spent the money for a Kirkus review, because that's a rather expensive review if you're an independent author.
Remind people listening today might not know what a Kirkus review is. Could you explain how that works?
Kirkus is probably one of the biggest review organizations in existence. If you're with one of the major publishing houses, Kirkus reviews every book that comes out, and if you get a bad review, you get a bad review. For independent writers, they give you the option. They show you what the review is going to be and give you the option to let them publish it or not. And it's, I forget how much, $435, I think, to pay for the review. And I figured, oh, okay, it won a gold medal. They liked it. I'll give it a shot. And was pleasantly surprised when they gave it a good review also. And they let an independent author decide whether if they're going to publish it or not. I figured if it was a bad review, well, just spent the money for a valuable lesson. But they gave it a good review, and I used their tagline on the cover of the book. It says "skillfully written and emotionally charged," and that was the tagline they gave for that book. And it gets into the book goes into quite a bit more. It actually gets into the Vietnam War for some of the characters.
And the books in the series, are they chronological? Is Right Cold Street the first one, or any prequels?
No, that's the first one. The others, and I decided to use. I wasn't going to at first, but I decided to use the word "street" in every title. The sequel was One Way Street, and then there was Street Light, and then there was Dead End Street, and the one I'm working on now that may not be done until next year is tentatively titled August Streets. Because
Okay.
I figure that's going to be the last one. The characters are quite a bit older by now. And, they're all established in careers and whatever else is going on in their lives. And they're like me, they're getting gray. And
So are any of these characters derived from experiences you had at that age time?
well, I think any author who told you differently would be fibbing a little bit, because I think you have to draw on things you know. They say you write what you know, but you can write what you read too. But yeah, some of the things I think there's a mention in Rycote Street. The kids would play baseball in the street. It was too far to go to the ballpark at the playground, so they literally chalk lines on the street and play baseball out there in the summertime. And I grew up doing that. Lived on a lightly traveled street, and I actually did live near a railroad switching yard when I was a kid. It was down about a block away. You could hear the trains at night, and so all of that made it into the story. And I think the characters too. I don't build a story around an outline, because I don't think life works that way. It's very much seat of the pants. But I build characters, and I imagine a character, and one of the notes I do take, I'll give them a name which may change. And the Paul character gives everybody a nickname, so that's why Ken became Puzz, and one of those kids became Sticks, and the two brothers who always talked in unison became the Twins. But I give them a mannerism. I give them a way of speaking. I assume an education level, sometimes even a religion. But then I pose a what if question. What if X? And then I let the character tell me what they would do from their point of view. And that's pretty much how it goes. I write till I run out of things to say, and then I start with somebody else.
I want to remind everybody we're speaking with author Ron Herron. We started with a reading of his book, Right Cold Street. It has led to 4 in that series and 7 published books overall. And Ron, you're always working on more, aren't you?
Always. Yeah, I've got 3 actually in the works right now. A final book, I think it's going to be the final one. The characters are getting pretty old in the Right Cold Street series. And in a sequel to one of my other books, it was called Blood Lake. It's a sequel to that in the works, and a one that deals with things that happened in Europe between World War I and World War II. And that's based on some notes from my late father-in-law's his aunt, kept it wasn't a diary, it was a journal of things that were going on when she was over there in Hungary, from the 1900s through World War II. So I'm turning that into I'm using the historical information to write a novel about what was going on.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be a hit, just like your other books. They're nice reads. And why don't you tell everybody a website where people can go to find out more information about you, as well as maybe find a way to purchase your books?
Oh, sure. It's ronaldheron.com. That's my author's website. It'll tell you a little bit about me. It'll give you links to where to buy the books at online at Barnes and Noble or Amazon. It'll give you a little information about each of the books if you want to scroll through it's quite a few pages on that website. It'll give you links to my blog. I blog about writing. And occasionally I have thanks to you, I have an author's corner article that appears in Rochester Media. But so it has links to all the other places to read about me and writing, and it keeps me busy.
Well, great. I encourage everyone tuning in today to check out Ron Heron's books at ronaldheron.com. And Ron, thank you for being with us today and being part of the 2020 virtual authors event, author fair, held through the Rochester Hills Public Library as well as Rochester Writers. And we'll have another author in just a moment.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi, I'm Robert A. Lytle, pharmacist in Rochester and longtime author of children's books. Young adult stories mostly of Michigan, but stories about Mackinac Island and the local area, Rochester, Lake Orion. So those are the basis for most of my stories that I've written over the years. The first story, the story that we'll be talking about today, is the most recent one that I've written. This was published in March of 2020. It's a story about my grandchildren, actually, who decide to walk the labyrinth at my house, and they do it on Midsummer's Eve, and which is always a very spooky time, of course. And they walk it, and then when they come out of the labyrinth at midnight on Midsummer's Eve, they're not in Lake Orion anymore. They're not at my house. They're on Mackinac Island in 1823. Now, 1823 is an interesting time for Mackinac Island. There are so many very important people, worldwide known people. And one of them is William Beaumont, who is a doctor, who I'm sure you've all heard of. But his part in this story is this, and I'll start reading it from this chapter 8, when the children arrive on Mackinac Island and they meet up with a lady who's going to take care of them, help them stay there. And she's going to set them up with various people to have jobs, to have active activities on Mackinac Island. When we were done eating, Madame Leframbois looked at me and said, "Since you are the oldest, Charlie, I will start with you." She led me into the front parlor and we sat down in a closed room. "Tell me, what would you like to be when you grow up?" "I want to be a doctor," I said. She brightened. "Well, that will be easy," she said. "We have a physician at the fort who could use your help right now." A thought flashed into my head. 1823. It was right about then that the fur trader guy got shot. "Dr. Beaumont?" I blurted out. She looked at me doubtfully. "You've heard of him?" she asked. "You say you have just gotten here? How could you have already heard about our young fort physician?" I said before thinking, "He's famous all over the world." She leaned back, looking skeptical. "You can't mean our Dr. Beaumont," she said. "He's only been here for 3 years. He's hardly done anything to be known by anyone." "But yes, I do mean Dr. Beaumont. For the last year, he's been trying to keep a young Canadian voyager alive. Dr. Beaumont has taken the man into his own house to treat him. So with all the other problems at the fort, he will be glad to have all the help he can get." So that's how Charlie, my grandson, who is now 16 years old, he begins to help Dr. Beaumont and help him with all the other problems that are on Mackinac Island on that date. And all the other people, besides Madame Leframbois, who was a very famous Indian French trader, fur trader, and she becomes the kind of the keeper for all of Charlie and his cousins and brother to take care of for the next 4 months. That begins the story. And each of the boys and girls that are in the story meet up with various people who are on Mackinac Island, very famous people, at least at that time, for 1823. John Jacob Astor, who never came to Mackinac Island, but his fur company was being taken care of by his manager, Mr. Robert Stewart. So he's in the story. The fellow that was shot in the stomach that became Dr. Beaumont's patient, he became part of the story. And so one of the boys in the story teams up with him and learns all about his story. So the children are there on Mackinac Island for 4 months and have to they're all the time trying to find their way back home. They don't really want to be there. I mean, as much as they all love Mackinac Island, they've all come there every summer for as long as they can remember, but they don't really want to be there for forever. And they're afraid they are trapped there for a good long time. So that's the beginning and the basis for this story. It's called Grandpa's Labyrinth, Journey to Devil's Kitchen. And if you've been on Mackinac Island, you're familiar with Devil's Kitchen. Devil's Kitchen is a cave along the shoreline, right south of, right below the Grand Hotel. And everybody that's driven their bicycle around Mackinac Island has gone past Devil's Kitchen. So that's the story. That's where that begins. There's a labyrinth there at Devil's Kitchen.
Well, Bob, it's great to have you here, and actually, where you are, we're taking a step out of our norm for these author interviews. I want to remind everyone they are tuned in to the 2020 virtual Authors Fair hosted by the Rochester Hills Public Library and Rochester Writers. I'm from Rochester Writers. My name is Michael Dwyer, and this is the second annual. We're speaking with Robert Lytle, author and business owner from downtown Rochester. And thank you for inviting us to your lovely home here in Lake Orion so that we could do our Zoom call for the Author Fair today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, Michael, for coming.
And this is how many books for you? This is number
15 altogether. 10 of them are stories. Most of them are from Michigan. Several of them are from Mackinac Island. There's some of them are time travel stories. I love to go back in time to learn what life was like back on Mackinac Island or here in Lake Orion or in Rochester. I have a couple of my stories, a baseball time travel story is called A Pitch in Time. And it's a time travel story about a Little League baseball player who moves to Michigan, moves to Rochester, and finds life very different. And then he gets on his bike, he rides for a ways down the Paint Creek Trail, which I'm sure a lot of you people are familiar with. Well, he rides on the Paint Creek Trail, he falls, he looks up and he sees a whole bunch of people playing what looks like baseball, but they're all wearing funny clothes. So that's the story about A Pitch in Time, where the boy goes back and he actually lives during the Civil War for several months. So that's one of the stories that's probably the most famous, if there's such a word for what I've been doing. Story it won an award. So that's one of them. There's several others.
Congratulations on winning those awards over the years, and I know that your books have been very popular, and partly because they've had a storefront literally at your pharmacy for years, but they have sold well, haven't they? Other places, not just people that visit downtown Rochester.
No, that's true. There's especially the places where the settings are, like on Mackinac Island. The Grand Hotel has been a very strong supporter of my stories, especially the Mackinac Passage series. There are 5 books in the Mackinac Passage series where several children meet and they become very good friends, and they go to Mackinac Island and they become involved with various parts of Mackinac Island that a lot of people are familiar with. And one of the stories goes back, the last one is a time travel story that goes back to the War of 1812. And Mackinac Island was actually the very first place that first activity in the War of 1812, when the British attacked in July. And the kids get involved with that. So it becomes a time travel story where the children are actively involved in the War of 1812. So that's kind of fun.
No matter what story you're telling or which book we're talking about, there's clearly the fictional time travel element to it. But what I like is you weave in these characters and places. How much research did you have to do to try to get those facts correct?
Each one of my time travel stories has taken sometimes over 3 years to weave in all those facts that I learned about and want to have a part in the story. So the children are, of course, modern day kids, but they learn about people who have made an important impact on the area, that whether it's Mackinac Island or Rochester, those are all parts of the story that do take a lot of research, and you want to be accurate with it. The baseball story goes back to the Civil War, and there's one of the characters was part of the Civil War, and I have to make sure that the things that he did during the Civil War would have been appropriate for that period. So yeah, there's a lot of research involved, but that's, to me, that's part of the fun of writing these stories.
So yeah, it is a lot of fun doing that research, but for the reader, they're experiencing something fun and entertaining as well as they get to learn something.
That's my hope. Is so many of my characters are modern day characters, and they would know nothing about the Civil War or the activities during the pioneering stages of Rochester and Stony Creek. Stony Creek Museum, the history there goes back to 1823, and a couple of my stories are very involved with that period. So hopefully the kids will get something out of what it was like to be a pioneer in those ages. So that's again part of the fun of writing the stories, is to educate. And although I don't try to educate to the point where the kids get bored by the process, but I hope that I just touch on enough that will interest them for them to look into the history of their area.
Well, sure, and that's always a trick, is finding that balance of entertainment and the nuts and bolts of life. But I'm surprised at kids. They really do want to learn. They really do want a lot of that information, more than sometimes I think we give them credit for. And Bob, I've used you as a resource for years because of your experience with publishing, and maybe not all the viewers will know this, but you've had at least 3 different publishers over the years, depending on which book you're putting out. And could you touch briefly on how that's always a challenge.
Yeah, that's the hardest part of getting a book published is finding a publisher. So often publishers and their editors are so overwhelmed by submissions. People who, like me, have written what they think is the next greatest story ever to be published, and so they get letters written to them about from authors like myself, and they just unless they're really convinced of something that this story will make money for their publishing company, they're not interested in even looking at the story. So it's a very difficult process, and something that I have to go through each time. Those three of those publishers that I've had have gone out of business. So you'd think that once I got my foot in the door with one publisher, that I would be able to publish, whatever I wrote from them on. But so often, if they've gone out of business, then I have to go start the process all over and find another publisher. So those publishers have all been local publishers, Michigan publishers, and they've gone out of business. So it's every time I write something new, I've got to find another, go through that whole process again with another publisher.
And it's a very similar story, unfortunately, for a lot of authors. Is these smaller publishers, the smaller presses, do go out of business, and it can be a challenge then for other things such as rights and documents, as well as publishing your next book. And you've also touched on self-publishing, right? When you need to.
Well, when I get so tired of sending out submissions to the publishers that seem to be ones that would take a story, I just there are self-publishing ways, companies that they charge me to publish the story. And so I've had I guess 3 or 4 now that I've had to use one of those companies where I have to pay them to publish the story. So it gets very expensive, and they don't really have as much interest in getting it sent out, promoted, and in bookstores as nearly as much as a publisher, a traditional publisher who is publishing my story so that they can make money. So it's a fine line, and again, another fine line, a very difficult challenge. So I've had several stories that I think are really my best stories that I've had to self-publish, and of course I don't, as a pharmacist and a drugstore owner, I have to mind my store, so I don't get to run out and go to bookstores and try to promote it like they would do. So in a nutshell, I guess that's the quandary that you get involved in.
Well, that's the benefit of retirement. You now get to work harder on your hobby, which means running around and publishing more books. So speaking of publishing more books, do we have a few on the horizon or into the next one that you want to mention?
Well, I started one in March. Well, in March of this last year, a story about my grandson. But he's very involved with helping people at a marina in Florida. He's with his family. They living on a sailboat in Vero Beach, and he needs to help his family make some money, and so he does some really incredible things, scraping hulls from these sailboats and other ocean-going boats that they have to get scraped every now and again, or their barnacles will build up, and it makes them go much slower. So one of his jobs is to go underwater with his snorkel and mask and scrape these hulls, and that's one of the jobs he does. He goes up and he goes up 60 feet on a mast, and he fixes masts for people who have had their masts broken by going under bridges. I mean, he does some really incredible things. So I used him as an example and made the story. It's not a long story, but it's one that gets involved with finding a bad guy. You know, I got to put a villain in the story. You got to make some of it's got to be fiction. So you can't just use the real events that started the story, but you have to create a villain and have him do something dastardly. And so I did that. But it's hard to find a publisher for it. So I've been sending out messages to agencies all over the country, and it's a long, hard process for them to see the value of a story and want to put their money into it. So that's the project I'm doing right now. I think it's a great story, but getting it published is the hard part.
Well, I'm sure you will, because you've gotten so many stories published through a variety of publishing means, and that sounds like an interesting story. I love how you take something from your life, whether it's your children's story your child's experiences down in Florida, or your experiences up at Mackinac and in the Rochester area. You really tear from these fabrics of your own life and then weave them into a fantastic story that others can enjoy in this fictional way that you do. How do you want to leave it with everyone tuning in today, and maybe mention a place that they can go to find more information about you and your books?
Sure. Well, all of my books are at the drugstore, Lytle Pharmacy in downtown Rochester. I believe they're all available on Amazon. Some of them you can get real cheap if you can get. They sell them for a penny or something, to along with other deals that they've got going on. But Amazon and my drugstore, Mackinac Island, always has all of my Mackinac stories. Grand Hotel, the Island Bookstore there on Mackinac Island. Of course, having the book coming out right at the COVID crisis, I've not had any chance to go to schools to promote the stories or talk to students about writing in general, which I really love to do. But with the school situation and the COVID going on, they're not accepting any speakers to come into their buildings to speak to their students. So those are ways you can get them, I guess, and I hope you're all interested in picking up one of the stories. One of my stories is being promoted by a film company out in California to become part of a series, a TV series or a movie. So that's the Mackinac Passage stories. So hopefully that will come to pass, and it will get some interest for the other stories as well.
That would be fantastic. We would love to see Mackinac Island in a TV television series. It's such a wonderful destination, and to have it be one of your stories would be fantastic. Robert Lytle, thanks so much for joining us for the second annual Rochester Hills Public Library Author Fair. I'm Michael Dwyer with Rochester Writers, and we'll have more coming up soon for the second annual Authors Fair.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Michael.